This video has every English idea, principle, and fundamental that you need to understand how English fully operates as a language. After watching this video, you'll have a clear basis of English and understand how to utilize its grammar properly. In essence, this video is a long compilation of all of my previous videos that show and explain every English grammatical concept individually, so that way you don't have to search for each concept on its own. Everything that you need in English is in this video. When watching it, some moments will have weird sentences like, "This concept is for a future video," because all of my videos are edited into one. I tried my best to balance everything so that the audio and visuals all come as one. As I said, this is a simple collection of all of my previous videos, so obviously I cannot go back and re-edit them in any way. What's in this video is the same as in all of my previous videos, and I'll end it with a short conclusion explaining why I show these ideas. In the description, you'll find many links to many of the English concepts in the video. I left them for you to extend your knowledge of English, whether you want to re-evaluate your English as a native speaker, or maybe you're learning to speak it for the first time. If you're curious about English, or if you think that I explained something poorly, you can check them out. Those links will take you to separate sites where you will find more explanations of English concepts. In fact, most of the information in this video was taken from those sites, but of course, you can find other information. I'm not saying that my source is the best, because all I did was take out all of the unnecessary fat, providing you with a virtual audio and a visual dictionary of English grammar. Use it as you wish. You can change the speed, adjust the sound, check this video in one day or many days, and simply find the time that fits you. Even if you already know English and have an average basis, you can now know what you need to enhance. With this video, you can teach yourself, build sentences, practice speaking English, understand the nuances of the language, and revisit this video as many times as you want. If you think that I made any mistake or missed any other crucial concept, you can correct me or add your own input in the comments section, because this video is a compilation of my previous videos. I did make some mistakes when explaining, such as saying one word, but on the screen you'll see a different word. At the bottom of the description, you'll see the timestamps for all of the mistakes, so in case you see one, you can know what was the actual word. Also, I have the timestamps for every concept in the description, so that way you don't have to waste time looking for the concept you need. Just click on the time and you will be taken to that concept. At last, I want to address something I've done in this video that I have not done in my previous ones. For the first 100 minutes, the audio of my voice will be slowed down, sounding low and deep. I decided to make this change because originally, when I made my first English videos, I spoke way too fast, and it sounded very bad. I'm very sorry for doing that, so I decided to correct it in this long video. For the first 14 concepts, my voice will be slowed down and will sound deep, but afterward, my voice will return to normal. For many of you, it may sound weird, but at least each concept will be explained slowly and perfectly, which is how I'm speaking now. Many of you could have slowed down the actual time of the video on YouTube, but I decided to edit the audio instead. Eventually, my voice will return to normal, but just so you know, I will not be doing it in future videos, as from there on, I will be speaking slowly at the perfect rate. This is something I wanted to mention before you watch the full video, so again, I'm very sorry for speaking fast. The slowed down audio of my voice will not last forever. It will return when I begin to explain indirect objects, because by then, my rate of speaking will be normal. Anyhow, enjoy.
The English alphabet has 26 letters, consisting of 5 vowels and 21 consonants. A vowel is a speech sound made without constricting the vocal tract, but a consonant is a sound produced by a constriction. The 26 letters sound and are spelled like this: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. The 5 vowels in English are A, E, I, O, and U, because they're produced without the vocal tract. Sometimes the letters Y and W act as vowels when they follow another vowel letter, like in the words toy and power. Mainly, Y and W will remain consonants, but it doesn't mean it's the only sound consonants produce in English. English has many digraphs and diphthongs, which make the language produce different sounds by combining two different letters to make one sound. Digraphs consist of two consonants making one new sound, but diphthongs are two vowel sounds that combine to make a new one. Common examples with digraphs are SNH making sh, CNH making ch, TNH making th, WNH making w, PNH making f, GNH also making f, and CNK making k. These digraphs can be at the beginning, middle, or end of any word. Short, cashew, and cash all have the sh sound in any place. Chest and arch have the ch sound. That, other, and cloth all have the th sound. W and H, making a w sound, are mainly used at the beginning of words, like question words. What, when, and where. P and H tend to make a f sound, like in the words photo, graphic, and graph. The most common use for G and H is when they're placed at the end of words, like laugh, tough, and enough. The same applies to C and K, making k, like in the words back, deck, and sock. These, however, are not the only digraphs because there are digraphs with silent letters, like K and N, W and R, G and N, and G and H. K and N are mainly silent at the beginning of words, like no and not. The same goes for W and R, wrist and wrap. The same also goes for G and N and G and H, like gnat, gnash, ghost, and gat. Some of these silent letter digraphs also come at the end of words, like G and N and M and B. Sign, align, comb, and limb. Likewise, there are W-controlled digraphs like A and W, E and W, and O and W, which have two sounds depending on the consonants. Saw has an A-controlled W, new has an E-controlled W, and the words now and snow have two different sounds because of the additional consonants. Unlike digraphs, diphthongs combine two vowels to make a new vowel sound. Just like the previous words, these can also have different sounds, depending on additional consonants. Common diphthongs are A and I, making A like in rain, A and Y, also making A like in day, E and E, making E like in bee, E and A, also making E like in eat, I and E, making I like in pie, E and I, making E like in weird, O and O, making oo like in moon, O and U, making two sounds, ow and O, like in noun and soul. O and E, also making two sounds, O and U, like in toe and shoe. U and E, making oo, like in blue, E and Y, making E like in key, O and Y, making oi like in toy, O and I, also making oi like in coin, and A and U, making two sounds, ah and like in auto and ant. Digraphs and diphthongs are actually very vital in English because they can help develop strong reading skills by recognizing and decoding sounds in any words and phrases. Still, these are not the only sound rules in English. There are phonic rules that relate to the spelling of words that would act as exceptions. For example, if the letter C precedes E, I, or Y, the sound of C will have the soft sound of S, as in center, city, and cyber. Using any other letter, C will usually sound like the K sound. The same applies to the letter G. When it precedes E, I, or Y, it will have the soft sound of J, as in gem, jib, and Jim. In any other case, G will usually sound like G. English also has the silent E, which indicates that the vowel in front of it is long, when a syllable ends in the silent E. Common words of that are make, gene, kite, rope, use, and many more. Aside from phonic rules, there are basic syllable rules that show how to break up a multisyllable word into syllable parts. Some English words have two middle consonants, which can be split when pronouncing them. Common words can be happen, basket, letter, supper, and dinner. The only exception to this rule are the consonant digraphs, which never split up because they represent a new sound. Another rule states that when there's only one syllable, we usually divide it in front of it, as in open, item, evil, and report. English also has an LE syllable, which divides the consonant when there's a word that has the spelling of LE, sounding like L. Common examples are able, fumble, and double. Moreover, English has accent rules, which are diacritics, and they're generally not used to write native English words, but still exist in the letters. When a word has more than one syllable, one of the syllables is a little louder than the others. The syllable with the louder stress is the accented syllable. It may seem that the placement of accents is random, but there are rules for such words, like progress and refill. If the accents of these words are put on different syllables, the word type will change. Progress is a noun, meaning a forward movement, but progress is a verb, meaning to move forward. Refill is a noun meaning an act of filling again, but refill is a verb meaning to fill again. In words that have suffixes or prefixes, the accent is usually on the main root word, like boxes. When there are two consonant letters within a word, the syllable before the double consonants is usually accented, like in the word beginner. In words of 3 or more syllables, one of the first 2 syllables is usually accented, as in accident and determine. In addition, English has special rules that are inflexible and do not have special exceptions, at least in native English words. One of these is the letter U, which is always placed after Q, as in queen, quartz, quarry, and quiz. This way, U is not considered to be a vowel. A different rule is that S never follows the letter X. Some English words are pronounced with an S sound after X, but are never followed by S. Instead, the letter C is used, as in excise and excite. An extension to C preceding E, I, or Y, it's possible to say I before E except after C. Many English words include the diphthongs of I and E, where I comes first, as in belief, cashier, and achieve. It is generally true that I comes before E, unless the vowel pair follows C, as in ceiling, or if the vowel pair makes a long sound, as in neighbor. The only exceptions are special words, like leisure, height, and heist. Another rule is that prefixes generally do not change the spelling of words. The rule for adding prefixes to a word is much simpler than adding a suffix from a spelling perspective, like de to activate results in deactivate. Similarly, adding non to fiction becomes non-fiction. English also has apostrophes which are placed where letters are removed. An apostrophe in English should be placed in the spot where there's a missing letter, like in the word can't, which signifies the missing letters N and O from the word cannot. Similarly, the word doesn't signifies the missing letter O from the word not from the phrase does not. Another special rule is the suffix shun, which is made from tion, mainly placed at the end of words. This suffix means the state or result of. Seeing this prefix at the end of a word signifies that the word is a noun, making a shun sound. However, it can be spelled using 2 ways, tion and sion. Tion is more common, but if an original word ends in a double S, which is a special digraph, the sound of shun will be spelled using sion. For instance, the verbs confess, discuss, and possess all end in a double S, and to turn them into a noun as a result of, we need to use sion. Confession, discussion, and possession. The same applies to different verbs that may have different endings but will still have the sion ending, as in confuse and confusion, precise and precision, explode and explosion, and exclude and exclusion. The last 2 basic rules in the English alphabet are that X will never start a word and that I, J, U, and V will never end a word, unless they're not English native words. Finally, there is the last sounding rule in the English alphabet, which is unknown to many learners, and that is the schwa. Because English has a lot of stressed words, it combines other words that are not stressed to maintain a balance. For the same reason, words of more than one syllable have both stressed and unstressed syllables. The schwa is related to the short vowel sounds because it can be spelled by any of them. It's also known as the lazy sound. The schwa sound is represented by the phonetic alphabet, which is why, in terms of dialect, many speakers skip over the sound. A schwa can replace a controlled vowel, like O and E, when it makes up an unstressed syllable. Like in the sentence, I am going to the doctor with my sister later. The sound of the vowels is not that noticeable when the phrase is said, but in other dialects, it might not sound at all. To understand the concept of stress in any sentence, we have to link the schwa to unstressed vowels. This can be understood when marking stressed syllables in written words, especially in words that have the same spelling but different stresses, like content and content. The schwa sound is heard in content when spoken, even though the word is spelled with an O, and it's the same with E, content. It's a vowel sound that is used in unstressed syllables, and it is the most common vowel sound in English. Learning the spelling of words with the schwa using a spelling voice is very helpful, because pronouncing the unstressed syllable will indicate if the sound was stressed. Associating base words containing the schwa is also useful, which makes the sound be heard perfectly. An excellent representation of the schwa can be done with the vowel A. The schwa can make the vowel A sound like A in the following words: about, amaze, away, again, around, ahead, alone. The same can be done in these words: certain, fountain, salad, thousand. The same thing can also be done with the remaining vowels, having a schwa, which cuts down the effort of speaking and raises the amount of information that can be said a lot faster. Elephant, carpet, taken, telephone, animal, pencil, accident, promise, carrot, bottom, ribbon, phantom, rhombus, upon, supply, medium. Ultimately, the English schwa is a low-effort phoneme that allows parts of speech to sound faster, and the more ideas our brains can get across, the better our understanding will be. English has many fundamentals that are simple to comprehend once the alphabet is well known. Basic words and phrases in English include question words, personal pronouns, days of the week, months, time words, greetings and farewells, and numbers. Question words in English are known as interrogative or function words. They're often used to ask questions that cannot be answered with a simple yes or no. They're useful for specifying the context of a sentence and indicating how the receiver of the question should respond. What is comprehensive about question words is that they do not have plurality or gender, which simplifies the language. Who is used for people, what and which are used for things, when is used for time, where is used for places, why is used for reason, and how is used for manner. These question words are also known as the 6 W's and 1 H. In addition, English has the questions whom and whose, related to who. Whom is a question word that is put in the form of an object pronoun. It is used when a person is the object of a verb or preposition, like in the question, with whom should I learn? Whose is a question put in a possessive pronoun form used in questions to ask who possesses something, like in the question, whose pen is this? Then, English has personal pronouns, which are replacements for proper names of people. These are I, you, he, she, it, we, and they. I and we are in the single person, you is in the second person, and he, she, it, and they are in the third person. I is the only pronoun that is always capitalized no matter what because it's the only single letter pronoun. Informally, English has the contradiction you and all, which forms the all, using an apostrophe. This pronoun is not formal in English literature, which is why I will not be including it in the following English videos. On the side, it's a pronoun that refers to more than one person informally. It's mainly used in Southern American English, but also appears in other dialects. Aside from these pronouns in the personal form, English changes some of these when put in the form of direct or indirect object pronouns, which is a topic for a future video. For now, it'd be better to show them but not explain them. These can be me, you, him, her, it, us, and them. These pronouns indicate the grammatical person, gender, and number of the noun they replace. The only pronouns that remain unchanged are you in the second person and it in the third. Then, English has the days of the week that were named after celestial bodies, which is why there's a 7-day week with days named after planetary gods. The days of the week are named after the planets of astrology. The Sun, Moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn. Derived from these names, we have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. All of the names of the days are always capitalized in English. The 5 days from Monday to Friday are traditionally considered weekdays known as workdays, but the weekend includes Saturday and Sunday, which are used for rest and recreation. Then, English has the months: January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December. The months in English are always capitalized. Then, English has common time words like second, minute, hour, day, week, month, year, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. The word second can also be used in position, rank, or importance. Then, English has a lot of useful greetings and farewells. These phrases can be very useful when speaking the language and meeting new ideas. Common greetings are good morning, good afternoon, good day, good evening, and good night, which are used to explain the time of day. Greetings that are used for meeting formal people can be how are you, what's up, how is it going, what's happening, how are things, and it's nice to meet you. Some informal greetings can be hi, hey, hello, hi there, and howdy. Words that express gratitude are thanks, thank you so much, and you are welcome. Common farewells and other expressions that can be used with any other person are bye, goodbye, please, I'm sorry, I apologize, and welcome. Finally, English has numbers that are spelled and pronounced like this: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Just like question words, English numbers do not have plurality or gender. They can refer to any word in any amount. Numbers past 10 are 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. When spelled, some of these numbers keep the same single number and only add the word teen at the end. With the rest, the spelling changes completely. At this point, it is not relevant to list numbers past 20 because all we do is write the number 20 with a single number using a hyphen, like 21, 22, and so on. Other numbers are spelled and pronounced like this: 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 1,000, and million. When spelling two-word numbers from 21 to 99, a hyphen is needed, but it is not needed for hundreds, thousands, and millions. At last, English has positions of numbers that are spelled and pronounced like this: first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, and 10th. Listing numbers past 10th is too excessive, and when spelled, some of the numbers keep the same single number and only add the digraph th at the end. It's also why, when put in the numerical form, first ends in st, second ends in nd, and third ends in rd, while the rest end in th. Overall, these are basic words, phrases, and fundamentals in English. Present verb conjugation in English is the modification of a verb's form that expresses facts, repeated actions, a list of actions, and schedules and timetables. It is one of the easiest tenses with a simple conjugation pattern because the present simple doesn't have progressive or perfect tenses. To conjugate verbs in the present simple, we first have to understand how to identify English verbs. A verb is a word that shows an action beginning with the preposition to speak, to run, to think, to look, and so on. These words are known as infinitives, the basic form of verbs without conjugation in any tense. The best way to recognize them in any sentence is to see the change of time in a sentence. Additionally, they combine with the personal pronouns I, you, he, she, it, we, and they. The conjugation pattern for verbs in the present simple goes as follows. Keep the same form as the infinitive in all of the pronouns, except in he, she, it, which only adds an s in the third person. All other forms are the same as the infinitive. Let's take the verb to think. In the present simple, to think will look like this. I think, you think, he, she, it thinks, we think, and they think. Very simple. Now, let's take the verb to run. I run, you run, he, she, it runs, we run, and they run. Now, the verb to speak. I speak, you speak, he, she, it speaks, we speak, and they speak. Now, the verb to look. I look, you look, he, she, it looks, we look, and they look. This pattern is very simple, but there are spelling rules for special verbs that have special endings. All of the verbs that I showed so far are regular, so there are some irregular patterns. In English, you can find verbs that end in O, CH, SH, and SS. These verbs have special endings, and they will have a spelling change in the he, she, it pronouns. While the rest of the conjugations will be the same as the infinitive, the third person will use es in he, she, it instead of simply s. A common verb that ends in o is to go. I go, you go, he, she, it goes, we go, and you go. Another common verb is do. I do, you do, he, she, it does, we do, and they do. A verb that ends in ch is to teach. I teach, you teach, he, she, it teaches, we teach, and they teach. A verb that ends in sh is to finish. I finish, you finish, he, she, it finishes, we finish, and they finish. A verb that ends in ss is to pass. I pass, you pass, he, she, it passes, we pass, and they pass. So far, not that complicated. Aside from this rule, you can also find English verbs that end in a consonant plus y, like to carry and to study. These verbs will also keep the infinitive form in every pronoun except in he, she, it, where ies will be used instead of s or es. I carry, you carry, he, she, it carries, we carry, and they carry. I study, you study, he, she, it studies, we study, and they study. In addition, English has modal verbs that always keep the same form as the infinitive in every pronoun, like can, may, might, should, and must. These verbs will always have the same word in every pronoun, so they're the easiest to remember. Finally, English has the verb to have, which means to own something. To have has the most irregular pattern in he, she, it, which turns into has. While the rest of the conjugations have the same form as the infinitive, he, she, it, has. I have, you have, he, she, it has, we have, and they have. Besides, to have has a common but informal construction, which is to have got. Used in British and American English, to have got means to have when it's followed by a noun, or to have to do something, followed by the preposition to and a verb. The conjugations of to have got are the same as to have. I have got, you have got, he, she, it has got, we have got, and they have got. Moreover, English has a special contraction when it comes to the verb to have got. English contractions are a way to combine two words to make them shorter. They're very useful in conversational tones, which allows for a better sentence flow and saves time. Such contractions exist in the verb to have got, the verb to be, negative combinations, and past and future verb conjugations. These topics are for future videos, but to have got is something that I'll show in this video. To make a contraction using to have got, we take any pronoun, put an apostrophe after, add the letters VE, which are apart from the word have, and put the word got. In he, she, it, the letter S is used instead because of the word has. Essentially, in the verb to have got, the contractions will look and sound like this. I've got, you've got, he's got, she's got, it's got, we've got, and they've got. This contraction can only be used after pronouns and not nouns, which is a vital detail to know for future videos. After knowing the conjugations for all of these verbs, the best way to utilize them would be in questions. Asking questions using these verbs is not that hard because the only thing we do is place a conjugated verb before a subject to give a question-like tone. For instance, I can ask, have you got a job? The reply can be, yes, I have got a job. The same can apply to any other subject, like, has he got a job? Yes, he has got a job. Notice how in the first question, have got is used, but in the second, it's has got, because the subject is he. The same principle also goes for basic verbs that I showed at the beginning. The only difference is that English has the auxiliary verb do. This verb, do, is an auxiliary verb that is specifically used to make questions and to emphasize a verb in a question. Its common forms are do and does in the present and did in the past. It can also help other verbs in their basic forms, which make actions stand alone in every tense in English. For now, it's only relevant in the present simple, with verbs like to speak, to run, to think, and to look. To make questions in the present simple, we use the auxiliary verbs do and does, which come before the subject. Here are a few basic questions. Does he speak English? Do you run a lot? Do they think in general? Does she look beautiful? All of these questions can be answered with the auxiliary verb in a different order, or using the present simple conjugations as they were. We can respond by saying, yes, he does speak English. Yes, you do run a lot. Yes, they do think in general. And yes, she does look beautiful. These answers all use the auxiliary verb directly from the question, just in a different order and corresponding to every pronoun. However, we can respond by using the present simple conjugations, such as, yes, he speaks English. Yes, you run a lot. Yes, they think in general. And yes, she looks beautiful. In this case, the conjugations are standard, so some use the infinitive form, while others have the ending s. And for special verbs, each one will follow the patterns that I showed previously with the corresponding pronouns. There are 3 articles in English: a, and the. English articles indicate the identity of a noun and make it known to the reader. They're always placed before nouns and act as determiners. English articles are split into being definite and indefinite. The definite article the is used before a noun to specify that the identity of a noun is fully known. It can be placed before singular or plural nouns, but is not always needed. The indefinite articles a and n are used before general and unknown nouns. They can only be used before singular nouns depending on the first letter of a noun. A is placed before a singular noun beginning with a consonant sound, while n is put before a singular noun beginning with a vowel sound. English does this to not repeat the same sound when speaking, which is based on the phonetic sound quality of the first letter of a noun, not the written representation of a noun. Essentially, a will be placed before nouns beginning with a consonant sound, while n will be placed before nouns beginning with a vowel sound. I see a cat. You pet a dog. He eats a burger. This is a lesson. That is a good place. This sentence has an article. This is an example. I have an idea. You can make an offer. We use an umbrella. All of these nouns are singular but specifically unknown, which is why a and an are used. These articles are not difficult to use, but there are exceptions with a and an. If there is a noun that has a silent or unsounded h, the article an will be used, despite h being a consonant. Sometimes h doesn't have a phonetic audible sound when said. In such a case, the sound of h will sound like a vowel, so an will be used instead. like in the phrase, "It is an honor." The noun honor has a silent H, so an is used. In any other case, where the H is not silent, a will be used, like in the phrase, "I see a house." Another exception is with the vowel U. When U makes its alphabet sound, U, the definite article a, will be used instead, despite U being a vowel. We have a union. She sees a unicorn. This is a used car. In these nouns, the U is pronounced phonetically, which sounds like a consonant, so the article a is used. In any other case, an will be used, like in the previous example. We use an umbrella. When using articles with nouns, it's important to consider that there are count and non-count nouns. Count nouns refer to items that can be counted as singular or plural, while non-count nouns refer to items that cannot be counted and cannot be determined as singular or plural. The first vital rule of English articles is to specify an unknown identity within a noun. If there is a noun with an unknown specific identity, we have to use indefinite articles because they only work with singular count nouns, thus being indefinite. We can use a or an to indicate any unspecified item of a category, like in the phrases, "I own a cat" and "you eat an apple." In these cases, the nouns are singular and can be counted but remain unspecified, which is why we use a and an. Sometimes we can use the plural form, which is some. We use some to indicate an unspecified counted amount that's plural. You eat some apples. As a note, pluralizing nouns in English requires an S at the end of the noun. There are exceptions in irregular changes, which is a topic for a future video. Continuously, the second important rule of English articles is to specify a known identity within a noun. If there is a noun that is counted singular or plural, the specific identity of the noun is known to the reader, thus being definite and using the article the. We can use the when a noun has already been mentioned, like saying, "I ate an apple, the apple was good." Apple in the first part is singular, counted, but unspecified. In the second part, the apple is known and counted, so it's definite, even when plural. I ate some apples. The apples were good. Also, we can use the when a phrase describes a noun, like, "The man sits next to me, and thank you for the advice." The third rule of English articles is all things in general. When saying a sentence with any non-count nouns, we will not need to use any articles. For instance, saying, "He asked for help" means that he asked for help in general. So the noun help is unspecified and really cannot be counted. A different phrase can be, "I do not like coffee," which means I do not like coffee in general. Coffee generally cannot be counted and it's still unspecified. No article is needed here. Finally, there is some additional information that is useful to know with articles in English. When indicating an unspecified limited amount of a non-count noun, we need to use some. He looked for some advice. I would love some coffee. Non-count nouns are those that cannot be counted, which will mostly use a or an, with items like food and drinks, abstract nouns, areas of study, sports, language, and others. Geographical names can be tough because considering that they're known, specified, and definite, some need the and some don't. However, the will not be used with remaining concepts like these. Sentence structures, clauses, and word order in English express complete thoughts, phrases, and ideas. The most basic sentence structure has only one clause, or a short phrase, that can be independent or dependent. Independent clauses are full phrases that are considered to be complete sentences, but dependent clauses are subordinating and incomplete. The standard order of words in an English sentence is a subject plus a verb plus an object. While it is simple, it's important to identify the subjects, verbs, and objects, depending on the sentence structure. In English, there are 4 types of clauses, making for 4 sentence structures: simple, compound, complex, and compound complex. Before understanding how every structure works, we first need to understand the elements that every sentence can have in terms of the order of the words. The subject of a sentence is whatever is acting in the sentence, which is the first basic component. This can be a noun and a subject, like he. Then there is the predicate of a sentence, which is a verb continuation that can include further information, like he loves. Then there is the object, which is a subject complement that receives the action and complements the subject by describing it. Subject complements can be direct or indirect and will always follow a verb, like he loves animals. This is the first type of sentence structure in English. It is a simple sentence having only a subject, verb, and an object in that word order. Because of these elements, this simple sentence is an independent clause that can be said on its own. He loves animals. If one of the elements is missing, it would be a dependent clause or a fragment that cannot be counted as a sentence because it cannot be said on its own and needs other components. After a simple sentence, there is the compound sentence structure. A compound sentence is simply two independent clauses that connect by a coordinating conjunction. A coordinating conjunction is a word that connects clauses that are equal in grammatical rank, which will work for independent clauses. Grammatically, conjunctions have to use a comma before when connecting independent clauses. The conjunctions can be for, and, nor, but, or, yet, and so. The most common ones are and but, and the best way to remember them is by the acronym FANBOYS, where each letter corresponds to the first letter that every conjunction begins with. A compound sentence structure has an independent clause plus a coordinating conjunction plus an independent clause. He loves animals. I like plants. The two clauses are independent because they can stand on their own without a conjunction. We can connect them with a conjunction to make a compound sentence structure. He loves animals, but I like plants, in that word order. Now we have a compound sentence. If we want to save time, we can use a semicolon instead. He loves animals. I like plants. The semicolon indicates a pause, typically between two clauses, that is used more when writing than speaking. After a compound sentence, there is the complex sentence structure, which is the first to use a dependent clause or a fragment. The structure of a complex sentence is composed of an independent clause and a dependent clause that cannot stand on its own. Dependent clauses are known as subordinating conjunctions because they connect a fragmented phrase with an independent clause. Complex sentences work best when we need to provide more information to explain the main point of a sentence. They're more common in academic writing, but allow sophisticated connections between ideas, showing that one idea is more important than another. A dependent clause can also come before or after an independent clause, so the order will determine which idea is more vital. He loves animals because they are cute. Because they are cute, he loves animals. The two sentences are complex because they each have an independent clause and a dependent clause, also known as a subordinating conjunction. The first one begins with an independent clause, but the second begins with a dependent clause, following a comma. The word because is the subordinating conjunction that begins the dependent clauses that cannot stand on their own, thus being fragments. A different sentence is, I will eat a pizza if I'm hungry. If I'm hungry, I will eat a pizza. This example is very similar in the same word order because these sentences are both complex, having an independent and dependent clause. In this case, the word if is a subordinating conjunction that begins the dependent clauses that cannot stand on their own, following a comma. Again, depending on the order of the clauses, the complex sentences will show which idea is more vital. The last sentence structure is compound complex. A compound complex sentence is composed of two independent clauses and one dependent clause. A compound complex sentence can have one coordinating conjunction between an independent clause and a dependent clause, or between two independent clauses, depending on the word order. Compound complex sentences express complex relationships between multiple ideas, which are useful in analytical writing and sophisticated speech. Even though they can be confusing at times, they can make writing simpler to understand by breaking into multiple sentences. The compound complex sentence structure has an independent clause plus a dependent clause or subordinating conjunction plus a coordinating conjunction plus an independent clause. Depending on which idea is more important, sometimes the order can be a dependent clause plus an independent clause plus a coordinating conjunction plus an independent clause. He loves animals because they are cute, so he works at a zoo. Because they are cute, he loves animals, so he works at a zoo. The two sentences are compound complex because they have two independent clauses and one dependent clause. The first one begins with an independent clause, follows a dependent clause, a comma, plus a coordinating conjunction, and an independent clause. The second begins with a dependent clause, following a comma, and then proceeds to the independent clauses. The word because is a subordinating conjunction in the dependent clauses that cannot stand on their own, and so is the coordinating conjunction that connects the two independent clauses. A different sentence is, I will eat a pizza and I will drink coffee if I'm hungry. If I'm hungry, I will eat a pizza and I will drink coffee. This example is very similar in the same word order because these sentences are both compound complex, having two independent clauses and one dependent clause. The word if is a subordinating conjunction that begins the dependent clauses, and is the coordinating conjunction that connects the two independent clauses. Again, depending on the order of the clauses, this sentence structure will show which idea is more vital. English has many nouns, and there are many ways to pluralize them. Some nouns have regular pluralization, but others do not so much. In general, the plural form of a noun is made by adding an s to the end of the noun, like cars, houses, books, birds, and pencils. However, this is the regular version of pluralizing nouns, so there are many irregular ways. When a noun ends in s, sh, ch, x, or z, we add es to the end of the noun, like kisses, wishes, matches, boxes, and quizzes. English does that to not repeat the same sound when a plural word is said, so we need a vowel, like es. With words that end in z, sometimes we have to add another z to the plural form, so that the word is written sophisticatedly. When a noun ends in a vowel, plus y, we only add an s because the sound of these words will sound good enough, like boys, holidays, keys, and guys. When a noun ends in a consonant, plus y, we replace the y with ies in the end. English does that so that the word sounds and looks better when written, like parties, ladies, stories, and cities. When a noun ends in f or fe, we replace it with ves at the end of the noun so that it sounds and looks better when written, like lives, leaves, and wives. However, there are some exceptions where only s is added, like roofs, cliffs, beliefs, and chefs. When a noun ends in a consonant, plus o, we add es to the end of the noun so that the word looks better when written, but when it's sounded, it makes no difference, like tomatoes, potatoes, echoes, and heroes. There are, however, some exceptions with only s, like pianos, halos, photos, and volcanoes. After these pluralizations, some nouns do not follow these rules at all, so they are irregular. It is better to learn them individually because they do not follow the s at the end. These irregular nouns mainly have changes in the middle of the words where vowels replace other vowels to sound better. These nouns can be man, men, woman, woman, foot, feet, tooth, teeth, goose, geese, mouse, mice, and child, children. The singular versions of the nouns all have different vowels, so they change to different vowels once they become plural. Additionally, some nouns have the same version when singular and plural, like fish, sheep, deer, and moose. These names are mainly animal names, but ultimately there are further nouns that are more advanced when plural, which is where none of the rules that I showed follow these nouns. Such nouns are formal words that have special spelling changes so that words sound better, so the emphasis is put more on how these words sound than how they're written. When a noun ends in is, we change it to es at the end, like analysis, analyses, basis, bases, and crisis, crises. English words that end in is usually have a Greek root, which is why they have spelling changes. When a noun ends in us, we change it to I, like cactus, cacti, fungus, fungi, stimulus, stimuli, and nucleus, nuclei. English words that end in us usually have a Latin root, which is why they have different spelling changes. However, some exceptions will have an es at the end instead of I, because they come from Greek, not Latin, like octopuses, walruses, sinuses, and viruses. The verb to be in English means to exist, to occur, or to have the characteristics of something. It is the most common English verb because of its additional use in grammar. To be verbs can be auxiliary verbs that create other tenses or linking verbs that describe the subject of a sentence. To be is an irregular verb that doesn't follow the conjugation pattern of regular verbs. When conjugated in different tenses, it's written differently in many verb tenses. Be in itself is an infinitive, but in other tenses, it's modified irregularly. Also, it's important to note that the verb to be has contractions, which is a way to combine two words, mainly a pronoun and a verb, to make them shorter, making a better conversational tone and sentence flow. In the present simple tense, the conjugations will look like this. I am, you are, he, she, it is, we are, and they are. With contractions, to be will look and sound like this. Your, he's, she's, it, were, and their. As I said in the beginning, to be means to exist, occur, or have the characteristics of something. With these conjugations, we can have examples like I am here, you are there, he is tall, she is happy, it is tomorrow, we are young, and they are quiet. With contractions, they will be I'm here, you're there, he's tall, she's happy, it's tomorrow, we're young, and they're quiet. Comfortably, it is not too difficult to understand. To be is also used in the past simple tense. Even though the past is a separate topic that needs a different explanation in a future video, it is still worthy of mention in this video, just a bit. In the past simple tense, the conjugations will look like this. I was, you were, he, she, it was, we were, and they were. In this case, contractions will not work because it would be impossible to tell the difference between present and past contractions. Therefore, English doesn't allow it. Anyhow, in the past simple tense, to be refers to actions that existed, occurred, and characteristics of something in the past. Most importantly, the present and past simple tenses of to be are also used as auxiliary verbs to create the present and past progressives which show ongoing and continuous actions. Even though it's another topic for the next video, mentioning it will not hurt anybody. In any progressive tense, to be is still conjugated to match the subject, but the main verb of the sentence will come after a conjugated to be and will always be in a continuous motion, regardless of the subject. To form the progressive in any tense, we take any subject plus a conjugated verb to be that will match the subject plus a participle, also known as a gerund. A participle is used as an adjective that describes the action that is currently taking place in the progressive tense. For most verbs, we take an infinitive and add the letters ing to the end. There are special spelling rules, but this is a topic for the next video. Back in the progressive, we take a subject plus a conjugated verb to be plus a participle or a gerund. Using every subject and conjugation, we can make sentences that express actions that take place at the moment. For example, here are sentences in the present progressive with present participles. I am going, you are speaking, he, she, it is looking, we are eating, and they are talking. Now with contractions. I'm going, you're speaking, he's looking, she's looking, it's looking, were eating, and they're talking. Simultaneously, all of these actions can be expressed in the past progressive with past participles that will be the same, so the only thing that changes is the conjugation of to be. Ultimately, the actions occurred in the past. I was going, you were speaking, he was looking, she was looking, it was looking, we were eating, and they were talking. Continuously, to be also works in future tenses and with modal verbs. Again, being topics for future videos, covering them just a bit won't hurt anybody. The future tenses do not conjugate to be like the present and past. The future simple tense will use the modal verb will, and all modal verbs use the infinitive be, regardless of the subject. A very simple example of that is I will eat, you will eat, he, she, it will eat, we will eat, and they will eat. Likewise, will has contractions. I'll eat, you'll eat, he'll eat, she'll eat, it'll eat, we'll eat, and they'll eat. In the future simple, the infinitive of be can be used with will. I will be there. You will be there. He, she, it will be there. We will be there. And they will be there. With contractions, it will look like this. Moreover, the infinitive of be can be with all modal verbs, like can, should, might, and must. We simply add be after the modal verb, like I can be healthy, you must be tired, he, she, it should be there, we might be sad, and they can be happy. Alongside, the verb to be can directly be used as a participle with ing. In this case, to be will be used twice, first as an auxiliary verb and second as a participle. This can work in past, present, and future tenses, but it's very important to not get them mixed. Some examples can be I am being honest, you were being rude, he, she was being impatient, we are being careful, and they will be hungry. For a better sentence flow, we can add contractions to some of them. The last category of to be is the past participle. Yet again, being a topic for a future video, I'll mention it just a bit. English has perfect tenses that use a conjugated form of the auxiliary verb to have, with the past participle of the main verb afterward. The past participle of to be is been, and it's used if to be is the main verb in a perfect tense. While the present perfect tense uses have or has, the past perfect tense uses had. To form the past participle, we take a subject plus a conjugated have plus the past participle been. Some examples can be I have been tired, you have been to Paris, it has been a long day, we had been quiet, and they had been loud. At this point, the phrases with conjugations and tenses get very complicated, so I will stop here, but will continue the topic in future videos. Overall, this is how the verb to be works in English, yet there is additional information about to be that is useful to know, which would make future concepts simpler to understand. For instance, to be follows its own rules for questions, known as interrogative sentences. While other verbs use the auxiliary verb do for yes or no questions, to be does not. However, to be still comes before the subject in yes or no questions, even when used as an auxiliary verb. Some examples can be, am I being quiet? Yes, I am being quiet. Are you going? Yes, you are going. Was he there? Yes, he was there. Is that okay? Yes, that is okay. Were we in danger? Yes, we were in danger. Are they studying? Yes, they are studying. Other examples are, am I tall? Yes, I am tall. Are you eating? Yes, you are eating. Was it the best night? Yes, it was the best night. Can we be wrong? Yes, we can be wrong. Should they be safe? Yes, they should be safe. The progressive in English is the verb tense, indicating that an action is happening at the moment and may continue in the future. It is used to convey any action or condition that is happening right now and can be ongoing. It adds energy when expressing it, and its effect helps to understand when the action is happening. It's also known as the continuous or continuing tense that can be expressed in the past, present, and future. Additionally, it is an aspect of a verb that is determined by whether its action is continuous or completed. The progressive can be very important because it expresses when something happens. The past and present progressive tenses are something that I showed in the to be verb video because the verb to be is the most vital verb in the progressive. I would recommend going back and watching it just a bit. For this video, I will only concentrate on the present progressive and present participles. The past and future progressives are something that I'll leave for future videos. To form the present progressive tense, we take any subject plus a conjugated verb to be plus a present participle. A participle in any progressive tense is a recognizable word that is used as an adjective describing an action that is currently taking place. For most verbs, we take an infinitive and add the letters ing to the end. Participles are also very similar to gerunds because they both use the letters ing, but they have different grammatical roles. While participles are adjectives in a progressive tense, gerunds only function as nouns, and I'll get to this detail in just a bit. Following this pattern, we use the present progressive with the verb to be and the verb that shows the process of an action. Let's take the verb to think. In the present progressive, we take a subject plus a conjugation of to be plus a participle. I am thinking. You are thinking. He, she, it is thinking. We are thinking, and they are thinking. If you wish, you can try putting these phrases with contractions. For this video, I will not be doing it. Now, let's take the verb to speak. I am speaking. You are speaking. He, she, it is speaking. We are speaking, and they are speaking. Now, the verb to look. I am looking. You are looking. He, she, it is looking. We are looking, and they are looking. Now, the verb to go. I am going. You are going. He, she, it is going. We are going, and they are going. Now the verb to study. I am studying. You are studying. He, she, it is studying. We are studying, and they are studying. So far, so simple. Despite having the simple letters ing in every participle, English can spell participles differently for better sound quality and writing purposes. If a verb ends in e, we drop it and then add ing, like in the verb to make. I am making. You are making. He, she, it is making. We are making, and they are making. Another verb is to write. I am writing. You are writing. He, she, it is writing. We are writing, and they are writing. Another verb is to take. I am taking. You are taking. He, she, it is taking. We are taking, and they are taking. If a verb ends in ie, we also drop it, but then add a y, and then ing, like in the verb to lie. I am lying. You are lying. He, she, it is lying. We are lying, and they are lying. Another verb is to tie. I am tying. You are tying. He, she, it is tying. We are tying, and they are tying. If a verb ends in a consonant with one vowel before it, we add an extra consonant and then ing, like in the verb to run. I am running. You are running. He, she, it is running. We are running, and they are running. Another verb is to swim. I am swimming, you are swimming, he, she, it is swimming, we are swimming, and they are swimming. Another verb is to sit. I am sitting, you are sitting, he, she, it is sitting, we are sitting, and they are sitting. If a verb ends in a consonant but has multiple vowels beforehand, we simply add ing, like in the verb to hear. I am hearing, you are hearing, he, she, it is hearing, we are hearing, and they are hearing. These are the special spelling rules in the progressive. Now previously, I've said that participles are adjectives while gerunds are nouns. What this means is that a gerund is a verb that acts like a noun which becomes a concept that can be the object of a sentence. It doesn't stop being a verb, but it describes the action as a focal point. Here are some examples with progressive phrases so you can understand the difference. I am studying is a progressive phrase with a participle, but I focus on studying is a phrase with a gerund. You are reading has a participle, but reading is necessary has a gerund. He is exercising has a participle, exercising is essential has a gerund. We are biking has a participle, biking is our hobby has a gerund. They are apologizing has a participle, apologizing is polite and important has a gerund. That's the difference between present participles with ing and gerunds with ing. One is an adjective and one is a noun. Moreover, present participles can also act as participial phrases, which are groups of words that start with a participle and contain other parts of speech. These participles act like adjectives in the sense that they modify other objects in a sentence. They should be placed directly next to the object that they're modifying, but sometimes they can be at the beginning, middle, or end of sentences. Here are participial phrases. I see my friend feeding his dog. The barking dog is at the park. The fascinating book is interesting to read. The rustling leaves make a beautiful noise. All of these phrases have a participle with ing, showing that they're all adjectives because they describe the nouns in front of them. Other participial phrases can also be placed at the beginning, but they need a comma to be separated from the main clause. Smiling and laughing, the child says goodbye to his parents. Tapping his foot, he waits for his friends. Running late, she quickly leaves her house. Participial phrases can also be found in the middle of a sentence, and they can be between commas unless they provide important information. The artist, holding his brush, paints a picture. The boy standing in line is my best friend. That's the meaning of present participles with ing. Finally, I would like to cover just a few last points about the progressive, such as when to not use it with common stative verbs, alongside common dynamic verbs. The progressive is not used with stative verbs which show a state of being that doesn't have qualities of change. These verbs always stay in the present simple. An example of that is he is preferring this book over that one, which is incorrect in the progressive. The proper way to say it is he prefers this book over that one, because the stative verb to prefer shows opinion, emotion, possession, and thoughts, none of which can be expressed in the progressive. To better understand what makes a verb stative that cannot be used in the progressive, I recommend following the small chart. On the opposite, the progressive is more likely to follow dynamic verbs, like verbs in this chart. Now you can understand what makes the progressive more dynamic. Anyhow, some verbs can be both dynamic and stative, like to be. In its dynamic form, to be can show an action, like in the phrase, I am being honest, but in its stative form, it will be incorrect when conjugated, as in the phrase, I am being tall. The correct way to say it is I am tall, with only one conjugation of to be. Another verb that is dynamic and stative is to think, but unlike to be, it can be used in the present simple and progressive. When it's dynamic, it can be used in a phrase like, he is thinking about something. In its stative form, it is simply used, he thinks deeply. Overall, this is how the progressive and present participles work in English. Descriptive adjectives in English are words that describe nouns and add more detailed information about them. They can make sentences sound more precise, making our writing more effective and understanding how a noun can be described. The basic definition of an adjective is a word that modifies or describes a noun, and it's useful in providing more vivid descriptions of characters, settings, and events. In general, there are three main types of adjectives in English: physical, emotional, and opinion adjectives. Such adjectives generally come before the noun they modify, but they can also follow a linking verb, like to be. Some examples of physical adjectives can be tall, short, heavy, skinny, and beautiful. These adjectives can be placed before the noun they modify. We can say the tall boy, the short girl, the heavy car, the skinny man, and the beautiful view. Likewise, these adjectives can follow a linking verb which is mainly to be. I am tall, you are short, it is heavy, this man is skinny, and the view is beautiful. Emotional adjectives also act the same, describing emotions and feelings. Emotional adjectives can also be placed before the noun they modify. The angry boy, the happy girl, the joyful ride, the mad dog, and the jealous woman. Likewise, they can follow a linking verb. This boy is angry, that girl is happy, the ride is joyful, this dog is mad, and the woman is jealous. Opinion adjectives express an opinion about something. The ugly duckling, the gorgeous swan, the wonderful book, the boring movie, and the funny idea. The duckling is ugly, the swan is gorgeous, the book is wonderful, the movie is boring, and the idea is funny. Additionally, it's possible to use multiple descriptive adjectives in one sentence. It is common to do so, but the order of multiple adjectives is mainly determined by a sequence. We can say something like, a beautiful old chest. The adjectives beautiful and old describe the noun chest at the same time, having a comma in between to separate their order, meaning that beautiful is the first adjective that describes the chest, while old is the second. This phrase can be written with a linking verb, like, the chest is beautiful and old, which is the reason why the comma changes to and. The two phrases have two descriptive adjectives, but the order of the adjectives will determine which one is more important. Continuously, such sentences don't have to have two adjectives. They can have as many as you wish, but sometimes it's better to show a short description without getting too much information. Like in the phrase, the sky is beautiful, glittering, and mesmerizing. While the sentence sounds good, it's generally better to not overuse too many adjectives. So instead, we can say, the beautiful, glittering sky. Furthermore, characters, settings, and events are not the only descriptions that adjectives can describe. They can also relate to appearance, size, color, shape, condition, and other qualities to sound more formal. An appearance adjective can be, the attractive man, or this man is attractive. A size adjective speaks for itself, like the tall building, or this building is tall. A color adjective is also simple, like the blue sky, or the sky is blue. A shape adjective describes a shape, like the round table, or the table is round. A condition adjective can describe the state of something, like the new house, or the house is new. A different quality is a texture adjective, describing the feel or consistency of something, like the rough grass, or the grass is rough. Finally, descriptive adjectives have to match with the noun they modify in terms of number and gender. Even though English nouns don't have gender, they still have plural forms. The adjectives themselves don't change, so they modify the noun instead, based on quantity. like the red apples, the tall buildings, and the wonderful books. All of these phrases can be written with a linking verb. The apples are red, the buildings are tall, and the books are wonderful. In the singular form, we simply remove the s, and the conjugation of to be changes to is, because the nouns are in the singular form. Possessive adjectives in English establish relationships between different elements in a phrase. They can show how different subjects relate to each other, providing a picture of the context. While pronouns allow the conveying of ownership without unnecessary words, possessive adjectives make communication more efficient in both writing and speaking. They can also emphasize possession and create a sense of belonging or attachment. We can maintain continuity and coherence in context by using possessive adjectives and pronouns. Possessive adjectives in English look like this: my, your, his, her, its, our, and their. They modify nouns by showing to whom the noun belongs. In every case, possessive adjectives come before the noun they describe, directly linking the owner to the object. These adjectives also have no gender and can refer to multiple nouns at once. Some examples are my book, your jacket, his dog, her key, our phone, and their class. Likewise, these adjectives can refer to plural nouns. My books, your jackets, his dogs, her keys, our phones, and their classes. Now, generally, possessive adjectives directly describe a noun, indicating who owns the noun that follows them. In such a case, these sentences can extend, making the flow of information more specific, like, this book is my book, that jacket is your jacket, this dog is his dog, that key is her key, this phone is our phone, and that class is their class. Here, it is possible to introduce possessive pronouns which function differently within sentences. While adjectives indicate who owns a noun, possessive pronouns replace nouns entirely, standing alone to show ownership. By replacing a noun phrase, a possessive pronoun means that a thing or a person belongs to someone. They eliminate the need to repeat information, making sentences cleaner and simpler to understand. In English, they look like this: mine, yours, his, hers, its, ours, and theirs. His and its are the only pronouns that remain unchanged. Every pronoun corresponds to a specific subject and replaces a noun to indicate possession. Let's take the previous examples. To generate a better sentence flow and save time, we can use possessive pronouns to achieve better clarity. Instead of saying, this book is my book, I can say, this book is mine, removing the need to repeat the noun and making the phrase more concise. Instead of saying, that jacket is your jacket, we can say, that jacket is yours. Instead of saying, this dog is his dog, we can say, this dog is his. Likewise, we can say, that key is hers, this phone is ours, and that class is theirs. Possessive pronouns also have no gender and can be plural. The books are mine. The jackets are yours. The dogs are his. The keys are hers. The phones are ours, and the classes are theirs. While possessive pronouns can be simple, people relatively confuse them with possessive adjectives. Primarily, they seem interchangeable, but their purposes are distinct. For instance, in the phrase, this book is my book, the adjective my describes the book. My book. But in the phrase, this book is mine, the pronoun mine stands alone and replaces the phrase my book. This is the purpose of adjectives and pronouns. It's vital to determine whether the word is meant to describe a noun using an adjective or stand alone and replace a noun using a pronoun. The best way to remember them is by using this chart. Finally, another way to understand their difference is to know that pronouns are also absolute or independent possessive pronouns. They must stand alone and be used without a noun. And here are some examples. My book is more interesting than yours. Your watch is broken, so you need to borrow mine. His dog is smaller than hers. Our phones are newer than theirs. Theirs are older. What's special about these phrases is that every possessive pronoun replaces an entire noun phrase, which is why it saves time and makes a better sentence flow. Using adjectives only, we can technically say, more interesting than your book. You need to borrow my watch. Smaller than her dog. Newer than their phones. Their phones are older. Because we're using adjectives, we're repeating the same noun unnecessarily, so we need to use pronouns instead. Yours, mine, hers, and theirs. This is the purpose of independent or absolute possessive pronouns. Demonstrative pronouns in English demonstrate something, and using them is the verbal equivalent of pointing at something or someone. They draw attention to the referred thing or person. They also indicate quantity, have no gender, and they refer to the relative distance of a thing or person. In English, there are only two, this and that, and when plural, these and those. They highlight something that was previously mentioned or that is clear from the context. For example, this car, that dog, these cars, those dogs, this lesson, that book, these lessons, those books, this paper, that pencil, these papers, those pencils. This is how simple demonstrative pronouns can be. They can also show how near or far something or someone is without repeating the same subject. This is my friend indicates a singular subject that is near me. Let's discuss that indicates a far more figurative idea. I love all kinds of cars, but these are my favorite. This sentence also has a near subject, but it's plural and doesn't repeat the same subject. Those are my books on the table. This phrase has a far and plural subject. When understanding demonstrative pronouns, they can be similar to determiners. They use the same words and are known as demonstratives, but they have different functions. Demonstrative pronouns replace nouns, meaning that they stand alone as the subject of the sentence. Demonstrative determiners modify subjects instead, meaning that they appear before subjects telling something about them. Here are some examples. This is a good lesson, but I recommend going for that lesson instead. In this sentence, this is a pronoun, but that is a determiner because it modifies the subject, appearing before it. These are good chocolates, but I prefer those peanuts. These is the pronoun, but those is the determiner, again appearing before the subject. I can answer that question, so this is simple for me. In this case, that is a determiner, and this is the pronoun. Furthermore, demonstrative pronouns and determiners indicate the distance of a thing or person being referred to, like referring to physical distances between two objects, people, or locations. This, singular, and these, plural, are the near demonstratives because they indicate something relatively close. That, singular, and those, plural, are the far demonstratives because they indicate something that is relatively far. Here are some examples. These are flowers in my hand, but those on the table are roses. This is my Uncle Bill, and that is my dad over there. This building is the concert hall, but that is the museum in the distance. Such demonstratives can also mean distance in time when comparing the past or future with the present. That was a good era, but these days we're living in a different time. Demonstratives can also indicate a more figurative type of distance, like referring to something that was previously said to some idea, concept, or event. She works well, but that is my opinion. This argument is between us. As well as being demonstrative, the word that can also be used as a relative pronoun, which introduces relative clauses that provide more information about a preceding noun, like in the phrase, "That was the last thing that I expected." Be aware that regular demonstratives are not used as relative pronouns, just that. So this is how demonstratives work in English. Prepositional phrases in English consist of a preposition, its object, and any words that modify the object, being a noun, a verb, or a clause. At a minimum, a prepositional phrase consists of one preposition and the object it relates to. The object can be a noun, a verb, or a clause. Some of the most common prepositions that begin prepositional phrases are to, about, at, by, behind, during, for, from, in, under, and with. Any sentence that has a prepositional phrase has one of these prepositions as the central element or head of the sentence. The remaining part of the phrase is the object, or formally, the prepositional complement. In general, a prepositional phrase can function as an adjective or adverb. Some examples are, I'm going to the store. You're talking about the subject. He is at the hospital. She walks by the park. It is behind the door. We won during the game. This flower is for the pot. They returned from the theater. The cake is in the oven. The cat is under the desk. And he goes out with his dog. All of these sentences have prepositional phrases. The prepositions are the words that relate to or govern the other elements in the phrase, and the objects are the continuation of the prepositional phrases that complement the prepositions. However, it's worth noting that all of these prepositional phrases are adjectival because they act upon nouns and modify them. A prepositional phrase that behaves adjectivally is also known as an adjectival phrase. For instance, in the sentence, I'm going to the store answers the question of where I am going, acting as an adjective and modifying the noun store. Similarly, in the sentence, she walks by the park gives us information about where the subject walks. Likewise, the cake is in the oven indicates that in the oven is where the subject is. All of these adjectival phrases provide specifications for nouns to reinforce the understanding of the function of prepositions. On the opposite side, prepositional phrases can modify verbs rather than nouns, and when they do so, they behave adverbially, because adverbs modify verbs. A prepositional phrase that acts adverbially is also known as an adverbial phrase. Here are some examples. Time goes by quickly. This works well for them. Halloween is in October. He's standing behind you. He can do it with pleasure. In the sentence, he's standing behind you is the adverbial phrase that answers the question, standing where? Behind you. Similarly, he can do it with pleasure answers the question, how can he do it? With pleasure. Moreover, it is very tempting to overuse prepositions and prepositional phrases, but it may not be the best course to use as many as you want because using the right amount will make writing more elegant with more effort. Grammatically, there will be nothing wrong in a sentence that has many prepositional phrases, but meaningfully, it will be too wordy and too much, so it's best to keep things short. For instance, it's possible to have this sentence: he runs fast, with caution, in the park, by the people, for himself. Even though there's nothing wrong grammatically, this sentence has 4 prepositional phrases, which is a sign that it can be written a lot better. Like, he cautiously runs in the park by the people. Now, the sentence has 2 prepositional phrases, which is the perfect amount because it's possible to omit one phrase and change an adverbial phrase to a direct adverb, thus eliminating a phrase and causing a more simplistic modification. Another way to reduce prepositional phrases is to switch from a passive voice to an active voice. And even though it's a complex topic for a future video, it's worth showing just one example. In the sentence, the road was crossed by the chicken, The passive voice makes the phrase sound fuzzy, so the prepositional phrase, buy the chicken, seems a bit silly. It would be better to rewrite the sentence in the active voice, like, the chicken crossed the road, having no prepositional phrases and making the meaning more uniform. Adverbs in English are words that describe a verb, an adjective, another adverb, or a whole phrase. They often end in the letters ly, but some take the same form as their adjective counterpart. Some very simple examples are, I run quickly. You are extremely tall. He frequently visits his parents. Fortunately, she won the game. We sing loudly. And they are seriously worried. It's easy to identify the adverbs in these sentences because they all end in ly. However, not every adverb will end in ly, so some others are, I am very tall. You are doing well. Today is his birthday. Yesterday, she went to school. Sometimes we like to go out. It will rain soon, and they lived here for a long time. In these sentences, there is no pattern to recognize for the adverbs, so it's best to understand their function because they describe how, when, where, and to what extent something occurs. Initially, adverbs describe verbs, which means that they describe the way an action is happening, like, I run quickly. The adverb quickly answers the question, in what manner? How do I run? Quickly. The same can be done with we sing loudly. In what manner or how do we sing? Loudly. This is the function of adverbs with verbs. They answer other types of questions about how an action is performed. However, linking verbs like feel, appear, seem sometimes get confused when used with adverbs. Such verbs typically precede adjectives and not adverbs. And a common mistake that can be made is in a sentence like, I feel badly about what happened. Because feel is a linking verb, it links the subject of the sentence, I, to the modifier that follows it, feel. Since the subject is a noun, it is modified by an adjective. An adverb describes how I perform the action of feeling, but an adjective describes what I feel. If I'm feeling a negative emotion, I need to change the adverb to an adjective and say, I feel bad about what happened. This is the correct way to express such a sentence, and it's something to keep in mind and not be confused with adverbs. Secondly, adverbs describe adjectives, which means that they add intensity to the adjective, like, I am very tall, she is quite beautiful, and we are incredibly happy. All of these adverbs describe the adjectives and elevate their meanings, so they're now intensified. This use is quite simple to understand. Then, adverbs describe other adverbs that specify the intensity of the idea described by the first adverb, telling to what extent the first adverb is describing the idea. Some examples are, I ran very quickly, you spoke too early, and we saw it literally immediately. While there is no limit on how many adverbs can be used to describe other adverbs, it is best to not overuse them, and even when they are used, adverbs like very, too, and more are the best to use. Finally, adverbs can describe entire sentences, and in this case, common adverbs are fortunately, generally, interestingly, and so on. Instead of describing one thing in a sentence, adverbs can describe a general feeling about all of the information in the whole sentence, like, fortunately, she won the game. Generally, you like to dance, and interestingly, he likes to sing. Moreover, adverbs should be placed as close as possible to the words that they are meant to describe. Putting the adverb in the wrong spot can produce an awkward sentence and completely change the meaning, like, they almost lost all of the money, or they lost almost all of the money. The first sentence is correct if it's meant to indicate that they were on the verge of losing all of the money, but managed to hold on to it so they didn't lose anything. The adverb almost comes right before the verb lost, so it's describing the verb itself. In the second sentence, almost is placed in a way that describes the adjective all, meaning that most of the money was lost, but a little bit of it was kept. This is the difference that an adverb can make when placed in different ways. It is even more complex when the word only is used because it can act like an adverb, an adjective, or a conjunction, so it's one of the most misplaced modifiers. Consider these sentences. He only fed the cat, and he fed only the cat. The first phrase means that all he did was feed the cat. He didn't do anything else to it besides feeding it. The second sentence means that he fed the cat, but not the dog, the bird, or anything else that could have been near. This is what the word only can do when used as an adverb. Direct objects in English are nouns or pronouns that receive the action of a verb by answering the questions of what or whom. They are the thing or person that the verb acts on. It is different from the subject which performs the action. Some simple phrases are: I pay the bill. You have a car. He raises his arm. She discusses this lesson. We give many gifts and they make hats. The direct objects in these sentences are all nouns because they all come after the verb by receiving its action. Plus, in this case, they answer what. What do I pay? I pay the bill. What do you have? You have a car. What does he raise? He raises his arm, and so on. The subject performs the action, the verb shows the action, and the direct objects receive it. Moreover, the verbs in these sentences are transitive because they require direct objects. These verbs are incomplete if they are not followed by a direct object. Saying these sentences without direct objects will not make sense, because the verbs are transitive, and they require direct objects. However, some English verbs don't take a direct object because they're not used to express acting on a thing or person. These verbs are known as intransitive verbs because a direct object never follows them, and therefore, other elements like adverbs, adverbial clauses, or prepositional phrases can follow them and still make sense. In other words, intransitive verbs don't require a direct object to make sense. So by having just a subject and a different element, a sentence will make sense on its own. Such verbs can be to sleep, to laugh, to sneeze, to increase, to die, and more. He sleeps on the floor. She laughs all the time. Someone sneezes loudly. Prices are increasing daily. And the car suddenly died last night. These sentences don't have any direct objects and instead use adverbs, adverbial clauses, or prepositional phrases to make sense, and so they are logical without direct objects. Even so, they can still make sense without the other components, which is why they're intransitive, but to show more context, it's better to keep them. On the other hand, some verbs can be transitive or intransitive, depending on the situation, and these verbs are ambitransitive. Sometimes, these verbs can use direct objects to support the context, or work without direct objects, which will make them rely on other components, or remain by themselves. Some examples are: I am eating, he runs, and they read. These sentences make sense because the ambitransitive verbs are logical enough on their own. But, for a better context, we can implement more words by adding direct objects like I am eating a pizza, he runs in the race, and they read a book, or other phrases like I am eating right now, he runs at night, and they read quietly. In English, different forms of personal pronouns are used depending on whether a pronoun is functioning as a subject or an object. As I said at the beginning, direct objects are nouns or pronouns that receive the action of a verb by answering the questions of what or whom. So far, we have only seen nouns that answered what, but the pronouns are something important to know. When answering the question of whom, this is where we introduce direct object pronouns that replace nouns that have already been mentioned. It's essential to understand the difference between subject pronouns like I, you, he, she, it, we, and they, and direct object pronouns. Direct object pronouns replace nouns to avoid the need to repeat the same noun. Pronouns can refer to people, places, things, and ideas, and they do so to avoid repetition and improve communication. In English, direct object pronouns look like this: me, you, him, her, it, us, and them. In comparison to subject pronouns, you and it are the only pronouns that have not changed grammatically, while the rest have different forms. What's special about direct object pronouns is that they also receive the action of a verb, just like nouns. But most of the time, the question of whom will be answered because these are modifications for personal pronouns, and persons are people that answer whom. Some examples are: I see you. You see me. He loves her. She loves him. We are watching them, and they are watching us. Here, the direct objects are pronouns because they also come after the verb by receiving its action and by answering whom. Whom do I see? I see you. Whom do you see? You see me, and so on. Likewise, the verbs are transitive and need direct objects. Similar to the phrases at the beginning of the video, the question of what can also be used with direct object pronouns, which will mainly use the pronouns of it and them. It is an object pronoun that's more common than them, and them can refer to both people and things. But still, the two can replace all nouns that are non-personal and not repeat the same information twice. Instead of saying, I pay the bill, I can say, I pay it. Instead of saying, you have a car, I can say, you have it. He raises it. She discusses it. We give them, and they make them. In this case, it was used more than them, but the two still acted as direct objects, just in the form of pronouns. Additionally, pronouns do not work with intransitive verbs because these verbs are logical enough to make sense on their own with other components. But pronouns can work with ambitransitive verbs because they can use direct objects depending on the context. Instead of saying, I am eating a pizza, I can say, I am eating it. Instead of saying, he runs in the race, I can say, he runs in it. Instead of saying, they read a book, I can say, they read it. Once again, it was used in all sentences because it easily replaced all non-personal nouns, so it's by far the most common direct object pronoun. Finally, direct objects can be more than just one word. Sometimes they are the whole phrase or clause in a sentence because they act as nouns. These can be noun clauses, which typically start with a relative pronoun like that, gerund phrases, which start with an ing, or infinitive phrases, which start with the to form of a verb. Some examples are, I said that I will go. He loves running in the park. He wants to eat something tonight. In all of these sentences, the direct objects act as separate phrases and complete the context. That I will go is a noun clause because it starts with the relative pronoun that. Running in the park is a gerund phrase because of the ing in the verb. To eat something tonight is an infinitive phrase because it starts with to. We can prove that all of these are direct objects by equally asking, what did I say? I said that I will go. What does he love? He loves running in the park. What does he want? He wants to eat something tonight. This is the role of direct objects in English.
Indirect objects in English are nouns or pronouns that receive direct objects by answering the questions to whom or for whom. Indirect objects are the person or thing that receives the direct object, and because they do so, they're always used with direct objects in sentences. Some simple phrases are, I bought a car for my friend. You gave a present to the teacher. He wrote a letter to his girlfriend. She made a cake for her boyfriend. We owe money to the bank. They show their design to the boss. The indirect objects in these sentences are all nouns because they come after the direct objects by receiving them. Plus, every single sentence answers the questions to whom or for whom. For whom did I buy a car? I bought a car for my friend. To whom did you give the present? You gave a present to the teacher. To whom did he write a letter? He wrote a letter to his girlfriend, and so on. While the indirect objects make sense, it's also important to point out the direct objects. The direct objects are all nouns because they all come after the verb. However, they don't necessarily have to be nouns and can instead have the pronoun form, making them simpler to distinguish from the indirect objects that are nouns. I bought it for my friend. You gave it to the teacher. He wrote it to his girlfriend, and so on. This way, by using the direct object pronoun it, we can tell what makes the direct object different from the indirect object nouns. When grammatically using the prepositions to and for that precede nouns, we will automatically know that they are indirect objects. 1, because they come with the grammatical prepositions, and 2, because they come after direct objects. Sometimes, people have difficulty differentiating indirect objects from direct objects. This is okay because any sentence that has an indirect object also has a direct object, but their word order might change depending on the expression, and is something important that I'll explain later. Direct objects receive the action of the verb and answer what or whom. Indirect objects receive the direct objects and answer to whom or for whom, mainly working with persons and people. While direct objects can be nouns or personal pronouns, indirect objects can be nouns or pronouns that mainly refer to people. They can refer to objects, but the majority of the time, they will refer to people. Direct objects are only used with transitive verbs and sometimes be transitive, and so indirect objects are also only used with these verbs. Intransitive verbs do not take any direct or indirect objects because they're logical enough on their own. I already explained this concept in the previous video. If there's one object in a sentence, it's probably a direct object. Considering that indirect objects will always be with direct objects, they will typically be placed between the verb and the direct object. Sometimes, when using the prepositions to or for with nouns or pronouns, they will come at the end of the sentence. When looking back at the phrases from the beginning, the verbs in every sentence are considered to be ditransitive, meaning that they have both direct and indirect objects. These verbs include to ask, to bring, to sell, to send, to give, to make, to show, to tell, to write, to take, and more. Ditransitive verbs take two objects, one direct and one indirect, and therefore they work with both direct and indirect objects. When questioning these verbs, they will automatically generate a direction to someone or for someone, which is why they answer to whom or for whom. For instance, the verb to give can make us ask, give to whom, using the direction toward someone. The verb to make can also make us ask, make for whom, using the direction for someone. This is the reason for their questions. Now, I've previously said that the word order of direct and indirect objects might change depending on the expression, and here's what I mean. Very frequently, indirect objects are rephrased as prepositional phrases, typically by using the prepositions to or for. When that happens, the indirect objects will not really be counted as indirect objects as much as the objects of the prepositions. Because indirect objects always come with direct objects, the indirect objects typically come after the verb and before the direct object. However, when grammatically using the prepositions to or for, indirect objects will come at the end of the sentence and will act as prepositional phrases. Typically, the word order is a subject, a verb, an indirect object, and then a direct object. However, the word order can change to a subject, verb, direct object, an indirect object that acts like a prepositional phrase, with to or for. The examples that I showed at the beginning can technically be rewritten if the indirect objects act as prepositional phrases, typically using the prepositions to or for. By saying the sentence, I bought a car for my friend, we have a subject, a verb, a direct object, and an indirect object that acts like a prepositional phrase. We can put the indirect object before the direct object if we decide to not use the preposition for. So, it will look like this. I bought my friend a car. Now, the word order is typical. Subject, verb, indirect object, and direct object. By analyzing both sentences, I bought a car for my friend, I bought my friend a car, the meaning is the same in the two phrases, just in a different order. Both sentences answer what did I buy? I bought a car, signifying that it's a direct object. Both sentences also answer for whom did I buy, because buy is a ditransitive verb. I bought my friend a car, or I bought a car for my friend. This is how the word order can change depending on the grammatical expression. Typically, when the indirect object doesn't use to or for, it means that the sentence flow is faster and saves time, while still answering for whom. But if we decide to keep a preposition, it means that the sentence flow is more specific, so we have more of a certain direction toward someone, still answering for whom. By having a preposition, the indirect object will act as a prepositional phrase. The same thing can be done with the other examples. You gave the teacher a present. You gave a present to the teacher. He wrote his girlfriend a letter. He wrote a letter to his girlfriend. She made her boyfriend a cake. She made a cake for her boyfriend. We owe the bank money. We owe money to the bank. They showed the boss their design. They showed their design to the boss. In every first sentence, the word order is subject, verb, indirect object, and direct object. The indirect objects are all nouns and they have a faster sentence flow. But in every second sentence, the word order is subject, verb, direct object, and indirect object. In these cases, the indirect objects act as prepositional phrases, so the sentence flow is more specific and has a certain direction toward someone. In the following examples, the indirect objects don't have to be nouns. They can also be pronouns that likewise receive the action of direct objects by answering to whom or for whom. So far, we have only seen nouns that answer to whom or for whom, so indirect object pronouns replace nouns that have already been mentioned. Indirect object pronouns also replace nouns to avoid repetition and improve communication. In English, indirect object pronouns look like this: me, you, him, her, it, us, and them. In comparison to direct object pronouns, every pronoun is exactly the same. However, do not confuse them with direct objects because they each have a different function. With the following pronouns, they will work as indirect objects only if they're placed after a verb and before a direct object. They will act as indirect objects if they do not use a preposition and if their sentence flow saves time. By turning them into prepositional phrases, we can implement the typical prepositions to or for to every pronoun, and now we have a clear difference, and so we can understand that these are indirect object pronouns that act as prepositional phrases. Without prepositions, the objects are indirect, but with the prepositions, the objects are prepositional. Going back to the previous examples, we can again rewrite all of these with pronouns so that they are visible and understandable. Having indirect object pronouns, the phrases will look like this: I bought you a car. I bought a car for you. You gave me a present. You gave a present to me. He wrote her a letter. He wrote a letter to her. She made him a cake. She made a cake for him. We owe them money. We owe money to them. They showed us their design. They showed their design to us. This is how indirect objects function as pronouns. They avoid repetition and save time when communicating. In every first sentence, the indirect object pronouns function as indirect objects, but in every second sentence, the indirect objects act as complete prepositional phrases. Also, each phrase answers the questions to whom or for whom. For whom did I buy a car? I bought him a car, or I bought a car for him. To whom did you give a present? You gave me a present, or you gave a present to me, and so on. Moreover, indirect objects and prepositional phrases are often interchangeable, but there is one case when a prepositional phrase is better grammatically, when both the direct and indirect objects are pronouns. In the beginning, I showed what happens when direct object pronouns are used with indirect object nouns, and grammatically, not much happens. Later, I showed what happens when direct object nouns are used with indirect object pronouns. They lose the prepositions, avoid repetition, and make a faster sentence flow. Now, what happens if direct and indirect object pronouns are used in one sentence? Well, in that case, the indirect object pronoun will be better used as a prepositional phrase when there are two pronouns in a sentence. He gave me this pen. Me is the indirect object pronoun, but this pen is the direct object noun. To change the noun into a pronoun, it would grammatically be better if the indirect object pronoun became a prepositional phrase. So, rather than saying, he gave me it, it's better to say, he gave it to me. This way, to me acts like a prepositional phrase and is done on purpose so that the sentence flow is more specific. He gave it to me has the word order of subject, verb, direct object pronoun, and indirect object pronoun acting as a prepositional phrase. This sentence flow is more logical than awkwardly saying, he gave me it. By saying, he gave me it, the sentence doesn't use a preposition, so the meaning is still there, but the word order is really not formal and is not really spoken or written like that. To improve the sentence and any other phrase that has two pronouns, we make the indirect object pronoun act like a prepositional phrase. This is a very essential concept that many people have to watch out for, and I would advise to remember it because it's practical to understand which order makes the sentence flow better. Anyhow, this is the role of indirect objects in English. Past verb conjugation in English is the modification of a verb's form that expresses facts, repeated actions, a list of actions, and schedules and timetables in the past tense. In English, there are 4 tenses in the past: past simple, past continuous or progressive, past perfect, and past perfect continuous. In this video, I'll only cover the past simple and how regular verbs work in the tense, considering that it's an easy tense with a simple pattern that is the same across every subject. Other tenses have irregular changes and are topics for future videos. For now, we'll work with regular past simple verb conjugation. To conjugate regular verbs in the past simple in English, we first must understand what makes a regular verb in the past. The best way to recognize them in any sentence is to see the time change in a sentence, so they also combine with the personal pronouns I, you, he, she, it, we, and they. With regular verbs, we form the past simple and also the past participle by adding the letters ed to the end of the conjugated verb. Sometimes, only the letter D will be added if the verb already ends in the letter E. Regular verbs can sometimes change their spelling in other ways, such as a verb ending in a consonant plus Y. All of these concepts will be explained in a minute. First, we have to understand that regular verbs follow specific conjugation rules when forming the past simple tense and past participle. We can use the past simple tense to describe actions and events that were fully finished in the past, meaning that they're not continuous. However, the past participle is a form of a verb typically ending in ed that forms perfect and passive tenses and can act as an adjective. It's also very important because its action is done to the subject of the sentence, often used with auxiliary verbs, especially to be. Even though it's also a topic for a future video, it needs to be mentioned in the past simple tense because it will make perfect tenses and passive voices simpler to understand grammatically. I will not be elaborating a lot on the past participle in this video, but it's definitely something important for the future. For most regular verbs, we simply add the letters ed to the base verb, or d if the verb already ends in e, to form the past simple and past participle. Some regular verbs can change their spelling in other ways, but they still follow similar patterns. Short verbs ending in a consonant-vowel-consonant pattern and having one syllable will double the final letter and add ed, like in the verbs to chop, and to drag. To chop in the past simple will look like this. I chopped. You chopped. He, she, it chopped. We chopped. And they chopped. The pattern for this verb doubles the final letter and adds ed. And it's also the same pattern for the past participle of the verb. The pattern is also the same across all pronouns, which is why the past simple has one of the easiest patterns. The conjugations are the same across all subjects, which is true for any past verb and any irregular verb as well. Likewise, to drag in the past simple will look like this. I dragged. You dragged. He, she, it dragged. We dragged. And they dragged. The pattern is also the same for the past participle of the verb. At this point, there is no sense in covering all subjects because the pattern is the same for all, so I will only emphasize the pronunciation of the conjugation in the past simple. Longer verbs that have more than one syllable and end in the consonant-vowel-consonant pattern will also double the final letter and add ed, like in the verbs to permit and to admit. But it's important to note that such verbs have a stress on the final syllable, and it's done on purpose so that it's not confused with the potential noun form of the word. Like, to permit is a verb meaning to give authorization to someone, but permit is a noun meaning an official document that gives authorization. This is something to watch out for due to the stress and pronunciation. Anyhow, to permit in the past simple will look like this, doubling the final letter, adding ed, and its pronunciation is permitted. Permitted. It's also the same pattern for the past participle of the verb. To admit in the past simple will look like this, doubling the final letter, adding ed, and its pronunciation is admitted. Admitted. The pattern is the same for the past participle form too. If a verb ends in a consonant plus y, we will remove the y and add the letters I, E, D, like in the verbs to try, to cry, to deny, and to notify. To try in the past simple looks like this, and its pronunciation is tried. Tried. To cry in the past simple looks like this, and its pronunciation is cried. Cried. To deny in the past simple looks like this, and its pronunciation is denied. Denied. To notify in the past simple looks like this, and its pronunciation is notified. Notified. If a verb simply ends in e, only the letter d will be added, like in the verbs to love, to change, to hope, and to imagine. To love looks like this, pronounced loved. Loved. To change looks like this, pronounced changed. Changed. To hope looks like this, pronounced hoped. Hoped. To imagine looks like this, pronounced imagined. Imagined. With any other regular verb, the conjugation pattern in the past simple and past participle simply receives ed, like to ask, which becomes asked, to enjoy, becoming enjoyed, to delay, becoming delayed, to assist, which becomes assisted, and many, many, many more. Still, if a verb ends in a w, x, or y, the final letter is not doubled, like to flow, simply becoming flowed. Ultimately, here is a simple chart that can be followed to recognize the endings for regular verbs in the past simple tense. Although most verbs in English are regular, many irregular verbs don't follow the regular conjugation rules, which can change in many ways to form the past simple and past participle. While regular verbs are always the same in the past simple and past participle, these forms can be different for irregular verbs, but not always. Also, some verbs have regular and irregular patterns, which are generally different in adjective form and dialects, such as American English and British English. For instance, the verb to burn can become burned with ed in American English, which is mainly used in published writing. Sometimes it can be used to describe overcooked food, but similarly, the form can be burnt with t. Burnt can be used as an adjective because it also describes overcooked food, doing so more commonly like the burnt toast. Still, in British English, Burned and burnt are used interchangeably for the verb and the adjective, so there is a difference in dialect. All of these concepts with irregular verbs that can change in the past simple and past participle will be explained in the next video straight after. Irregular past verb conjugation in English is a way to modify a verb's form expressing an action in the past tense. As I said in the previous video, there are 4 past tenses in English. I already covered the past simple with regular verbs, so in this video, I'll explain irregular verbs in the past simple and also past continuous because they use an irregular variation. To conjugate irregular verbs in the past simple in English, we first must understand what makes an irregular verb in the past. Regular verbs form the past simple and the past participle by adding ed or d. Irregular verbs do not follow the rule of adding ed or d, but they still form the past simple and past participle. However, these forms can be different for irregular verbs because they can change in many ways or not change at all. Irregular verbs can change in similar ways, but there is no pattern that can help with every conjugation. The best way to learn them is through repetition and practice. In this video, I will not be covering every irregular verb because there are simply too many of them. Instead, it's better to show the most useful ones that are practical to use for everyday conversations. Because English has so many, most of them are remnants of older English conjugation systems where different vowel changes were used to form the past tenses, and these patterns have persisted as the language evolved. There's lots of historical origin, frequent usage, and sound changes, so these verbs need to look good and sound good, which can explain why they follow irregular patterns. After I show their variations in the past simple and past participle, I'll explain the past continuous, which also follows irregular changes with to be. A very common verb in the past tense is to begin. To begin in the past simple looks like this. I began. You began. He, she, it began. We began, and they began. Just like regular verbs, the conjugation is the same across all pronouns, but unlike regular verbs, there is a letter change instead of adding ed or d. It's done on purpose so that the conjugation looks and sounds better. But let's not forget that the past participle can be different, and in this case, it's begun. Begun. Although the past participle is not useful for now, it will be very practical in the adjective form in future videos. Anyhow, like in the previous video, there is no sense in covering all subjects because the pattern is the same, so I will only emphasize the pronunciations. Another useful verb is to buy. In the past simple, it's bought. Bought. In this case, we add new letters to the irregular conjugation so that the verb sounds and looks better. Plus, the past participle is the same. Bought. Another verb is to catch. In the past simple, it's caught. Caught. This pattern is similar to the previous verb, and its past participle is also the same. Caught. Then we have to come. In the past simple, it's came. Came. We have a letter change, but interestingly, its past participle is the same as the infinitive. Come. Then we have to do in the past simple. Did. Did. Its past participle is done. Then we have to drink in the past simple. Drank. Drank. We have a letter change, and its past participle has a different letter change. Drunk. Then we have to eat in the past simple. Ate. Ate. Its past participle is eaten. Then we have to feel in the past simple. Felt. Felt. Its past participle is also the same. Felt. Now we have to fly. Flew. Flew. Its past participle is flown. Now we have to give. Gave. Gave. There is a letter change, but interestingly, its past participle receives a letter in the infinitive. Given. Now we have to go, which is arguably the most irregular verb in the past. Went. Went. This past simple conjugation doesn't even follow any similar letters, but its past participle has a similarity. Gone. Now we have to grow. Grew. Grew. We have a letter change, but its past participle is grown, making the infinitive receive a letter. Now we have to have. Had. Had. Its past participle is the same. Had. Now we have to hear, which receives a letter in the past simple but changes the pronunciation. Heard. Heard. Its past participle is also the same. Heard. Now we're getting to the final ones. To make. Made. Made. We have a letter change and the past participle is also the same. Made. Now we have to pay. Paid. Paid. Its pronunciation is similar to the previous verb, having a different spelling, but its past participle is the same. Paid. Now we have to say. Said. Said. Its past participle is also the same. Said. Now we have to run. Ran. Ran. We have a letter change, but its past participle interestingly takes the same form as the infinitive. Now we have to see. In the past simple, the conjugation is saw, and its past participle is seen. But the word saw can be tricky because it can also be a noun, meaning a hand tool for cutting wood or other materials. Additionally, it can be a verb by itself. To saw, meaning to cut or make rapid motions with a saw. So by saying, I saw, it can mean that I perceived something with my eyes, I saw an airplane, or that I'm cutting something with a saw. I saw the wood. The difference can be told in context, and even then, the verb to saw is mainly used in the progressive, which is an easy way to tell the difference. I am sawing the wood. Finally, we have to sing in the past simple. Sang. Sang. We have a letter change, but its past participle has a different letter change. Sung. Now we have to speak. Spoke. Spoke. Its past participle is the same as the past simple, but receives an extra letter. Spoken. Now we have to set, which is interestingly the same across the present, past, and participle forms. So this is a very easy verb to remember. Now we have to stand. Stood. Stood. Its past participle is the same. Stood. Now we have to take. Took. Took. Its past participle is the infinitive receiving a letter. Taken. At last, we have to write. Wrote. Wrote. We have a letter change, and its past participle is written. Like I said, I will not cover every irregular verb because there are too many. The verbs that I showed with the irregular patterns are the most that you can know and use. In case you would like to learn more, the best way to do it is simply through repetition and practice. For the end, there is one important verb that needs to be thoroughly covered, even though I showed it in one of my previous videos, and that is the verb to be. As we know, the conjugations for to be in the present are am, are, and is, but in the past, they're irregular. In the past simple tense, to be refers to actions that existed and occurred in the past. Even though I already showed it, it's important to reevaluate this verb because it can be in the past continuous, which is something I'll explain in this video, considering that it's irregular. To be in the past simple will look like this. I was. You were. He, she, it was. We were, and they were. The past participle of to be is been, and the reason for these irregular changes comes from different verbs with similar meanings. Over time, some forms were less common and the separate verb variations combined into one irregular verb, so that can be an explanation. For the time being, it's important to discuss the irregularity of to be in the past continuous, also known as the progressive. To understand it, we need a brief reminder of the English progressive. The continuous, or progressive in English, is a verb tense indicating that an action is happening at the moment. Considering the past, we have the past continuous tense, and it is formed by any subject plus a conjugated verb to be in the past plus a participle. A participle in any progressive tense is a recognizable word that is used as an adjective describing an action that is currently taking place. In the past, however, the action was taking place and was ongoing and habitual. For most verbs, we take an infinitive and add the letters ing to the end. But despite having these letters, English can spell participles differently for better sound quality and writing purposes. I already covered this concept in my English progressive video, so I recommend going back and rewatching it just a bit, if you wish. Ultimately, we have the past continuous. It's a verb form that describes actions that were ongoing and habitual in the past. Often, it describes past actions that were happening at the same time or when another action occurred. In sentences using the past continuous, the word while usually indicates that multiple actions were taking place simultaneously, and the word when indicates that an action was already taking place when another action occurred. For instance, I was running while he was jumping. While I was running, he was jumping. In this case, while can be used before or after the first action because both actions are in the past continuous. But the second sentence must receive a comma because the first part is a fragment. Another example is, I was running when I saw a light in the sky. When I was running, I saw a light in the sky. When can be used before or after the past continuous action, and the interrupting action is in the past simple. Here are some more basic examples. I was walking. You were speaking. He was drinking. She was eating. It was working. We were making. They were singing. If you want, you can extend these examples to more advanced English and even use previous concepts to make your learning better. Still, we can form questions in the past continuous that answer yes or no, and doing so is no different than how you would form them with the verb to be. We place was or were before the subject and then continue with the participle with ing. Was I walking? Were you speaking? Was he drinking? Was she eating? Was it working? Were we making? Were they singing? All of these questions can be answered by yes or no, and their answers will change the word order. Additionally, we can add interrogatives like why, what, and how before was or were to ask more detailed questions about something that was happening in the past. Why was I walking? What was she eating? How was it working? What were we making? You can try answering these questions in any way you want. Anyhow, this is how irregular past verb conjugation and the past continuous work in English. Prepositional verbs in English are expressions that combine a verb and a preposition to make a new verb with a different meaning. They require verbs and prepositions to connect the objects of a sentence, making prepositions act as links between verbs and objects. Prepositional verbs consist of transitive verbs and closely related prepositions, and they require transitive verbs as they cannot stand by themselves. Some very common prepositions connected with transitive verbs are for, to, about, with, of, in, at, from, on, off, up, and more. These prepositions can be placed with almost any verb, and when placed, the meaning of the verbs will change indefinitely. In this video, I will explain the meaning of each prepositional verb in comparison to its original version. Because prepositional verbs are transitive, they always take direct objects after the preposition and cannot be separated. Let's take a look. He listens to music every night. This phrase uses the prepositional verb to listen, meaning to give attention to a sound. This sentence is correct because the prepositional verb is not separated and the object comes after the preposition. If the preposition is missing, the sentence becomes, he listens music every night. This is incorrect because the verb to listen requires a preposition to connect to its object, music. Additionally, we can replace music with its pronoun form, and the meaning will remain. He listens to it every night. This is how prepositional verbs work in English. Here are examples of transitive verbs with prepositions along with previous English concepts. I asked for a raise. You listen to me. He cares about the kids. She goes with him. We always think of the future. They are involved in the business. I stared at the building. You recovered from the injury. It depends on the weather. The airplane took off. We gave up our jobs. These sentences have prepositional verbs, and we can tell their meanings by looking at placements with the verb and preposition. If we omitted the prepositions, we would have original verbs with different meanings and sentences that would not make sense at all. Here's what happens. I asked for a raise means that I requested to speak, and in this case, the preposition for combines with ask, making asked for. I asked for a raise. Without the preposition, the sentence is I asked a raise. It completely doesn't make sense because it means that I'm saying a question to get information from the object. A raise. It doesn't make sense, so we need a prepositional verb. You listen to me has listen to, meaning to pay attention to a sound. But without the preposition, it's you listen me, not making sense simply by having a direct object pronoun with no connection to the verb. He cares about the kids means that he attaches importance to something. In this case, it's the kids, but without the preposition, it's he cares the kids, meaning he's affectionate but doesn't link to the object, again with no sense. She goes with him means that she has a romantic relationship with him. Without it, it's she goes him, physically moving from place to place, with no correlation to the direct object pronoun, again not making sense by itself. We always think of the future means we're considering something when deciding on a possible action. Without the preposition, it's we always think the future, meaning to have an opinion on something, again without connection. They are involved in the business means they participate in an activity or situation. Without it, it's they are involved the business, meaning to include the business as a part. Without connection, there is no logic. I stared at the building means I looked at the building for a long time, but without the preposition, it's I stared the building. Simply to stare means to have open eyes without any connection, so again, it's not logical. You recovered from the injury means to get well after an injury. Without it, it's you recovered the injury, meaning to return something to a normal state. In this case, you returned the injury to a normal state, again not making sense. It depends on the weather means to be conditioned by, but without it, it's it depends the weather, meaning to need for support that doesn't make sense from the weather. The airplane took off means that the airplane became airborne, but without the preposition, it's the airplane took, meaning the airplane obtained something with its hands, which is obviously something it cannot do. We gave up our jobs means we ceased making an effort and resigned to failure in our jobs. Without it, it's we gave our jobs, meaning to transfer the possession of something to someone, which cannot be done with jobs. This is the vital role of prepositional verbs. The prepositions act as links connecting the verbs with new meanings. What's very important to know with prepositional verbs is the word order. Prepositional verbs always take direct objects after the preposition and cannot be separated. So this means that the structure of the verb and preposition cannot be broken and must remain by itself. The object of prepositional verbs always comes immediately after the preposition. But there is an exception to this rule, and that is when an adverb is used to modify the prepositional verb. An adverb can appear between the verb and preposition, which separates the structure, but still, the object will follow the preposition. For instance, I asked for a raise can have an adverb between asked and for, like I asked politely for a raise. It's perfectly fine to say that because the meaning remains. However, just because an adverb can appear, it doesn't mean it works every time. With the examples I gave, only sometimes an adverb will work, but at other times, it's not logical enough to be in the structure of prepositional verbs. Still, that doesn't mean that an adverb cannot be used at all. Adverbs can be used in any sentence, even with a prepositional verb, as long as their placement makes sense. Moreover, the word order of prepositional verbs is essential in understanding the structure. As I said, the object of prepositional verbs always comes after the preposition, even when put into question. The structure of prepositional verbs will still keep the verb and preposition, but the word order in questions might change a little, as you can see in some of the examples. Ultimately, many phrases can be made with almost any transitive verb and any preposition, thus making prepositional verbs. There could be for, to, about, with, of, in, at, on, from, and others that may have multiple prepositions in one sentence. How you utilize them and emphasize the structure based on what you want to say is entirely up to you. You can make any phrase with any prepositional verb as long as the connection and structure are there. In English, there are hundreds of prepositional verbs because one preposition can be exploited with any transitive verb. As I always say, the best way to learn them is through repetition and practice. But because there are no established methods to determine which prepositions accompany which verbs, it's best to memorize some of the most common prepositional verbs. If you would like to learn more, I have 2 links in the description that will lead to articles, which is from where I took the examples. At last, one final concept with prepositional verbs is phrasal verbs. A phrasal verb is a verb with a preposition, adverb, or both that makes a different meaning from the combined meanings of the words. Sometimes, a phrasal verb can be mistaken for a prepositional verb. Although both combinations have verbs and prepositions, we can tell the difference by looking at the word order. But most importantly, the structure of phrasal verbs can be rearranged, unlike prepositional verbs whose structure cannot be separated. For example, the meaning of ask doesn't change when combined with the preposition for, like he asked for a raise. But it changes dramatically when combined with the preposition out, like he asked out Emma. He asked for a raise gives the literal meaning of to request to speak, where he requested to speak about a raise, making it a prepositional verb. Saying he asked a raise for simply cannot be, but with a phrasal verb, we can rearrange the order of the verb and preposition, like he asked out Emma, or he asked Emma out. This time, to ask out means to invite someone on a date, making it a phrasal verb whose structure can be separated, so the meaning is the same. Furthermore, we can use a direct object pronoun instead, and the meaning will be the same. He asked her out. When comparing a prepositional verb to a phrasal verb, the meaning of the prepositional verb is different from the original meaning, but the meaning of a phrasal verb is usually similar. Another example is put on your jacket. To put on means to place an item of clothing on one's body, but to put similarly means to place something in a particular position. Nonetheless, the connection between the meanings of the verbs is existent, so it's possible to separate the phrasal verb by saying put your jacket on, and even then, we can use a direct object pronoun. Put it on. This is the difference between phrasal verbs and prepositional verbs in English. Comparatives and superlatives in English are special types of adjectives that are used to compare 2 or more ideas. Comparative adjectives are words that are used to describe a noun by comparing it to another noun. When we use comparative adjectives, we show a change and make a comparison between nouns. Often, the preposition then is used, which introduces the second element in a comparison. Here are some basic comparative phrases along with previous English concepts. I am older than you. You are taller than me. Her car is faster than his. His pants are longer than hers. Our house is smaller than theirs. Their floor is cleaner than ours. As you can see, the following sentences all have a comparison using basic subjects, possessive pronouns, and the preposition then, although it's not required all the time. The comparative adjectives were all slightly modified, having the letters ER, which is the primary grammatical change that average adjectives receive. Still, it doesn't mean that it's the only change that can happen, because there are special spelling rules that need to be known for comparative adjectives. For one-syllable adjectives, we simply add the letters ER to the end of the adjective so that the word looks and sounds better. Like, Dad is getting older, and I'm becoming taller. However, it's important to note that similar adjectives that end in a vowel and a consonant will double the last consonant to ensure that the word looks and sounds better. These adjectives are also known as having the consonant-vowel-consonant spelling, so some examples are this building is bigger than that one. The room is now hotter. Other simple adjectives can end in E, and they simply receive R, like you are nicer than me. Their room is larger than ours. It's also possible to find many adjectives that end in Y, and to properly modify them, we change Y to I. and then add er. Some examples are, he is happier than her. This feels crazier than usual. Continuously, you can find adjectives with 3 or more syllables which will not get any modification to the actual word. In fact, the adjective will receive the word more before because it would be impossible to add excessive letters to an already long word. So alternatively, we add more. Some examples are, this book is more interesting than that one. The story is more wonderful than this one. Alongside, English has 2-syllable adjectives which are the trickiest because some can receive er or they will use the word more. Some examples are, the city is quieter than usual, or the city is more quiet than usual. Sometimes it works with adjectives that also end in e. The lesson is simpler than I thought, or the lesson is more simple than I thought. Even though it's hard to determine which adjectives follow this pattern, the best way to utilize them is by applying them to both methods and seeing which one works best. Furthermore, English has irregular adjectives that do not receive er and don't have the word more. Instead, their modification changes completely, again being done for better sound quality and writing purposes. Such adjectives are good, bad, and far. Good becomes better, as in this class is better. Bad becomes worse, as in the weather is worse, and far becomes farther, as in distance, or further, as in an extent. He went farther down the road means he traveled some distance. But our methods can be further refined means that our methods can be improved to some extent. It should be significant to know that the word more can work with adjectives that have 3 or more syllables, because it signifies a comparison to a greater degree. On the other hand, it's possible to reduce the extent by using an opposite word, which is less. Less determines a smaller amount of something which will minimize the comparison. The examples I gave previously can all be redefined, as in, this book is less interesting than that one. The story is less wonderful than this one. Now, the meanings are diminished, and at the same time, almost any adjective can use less, as in, you are less tall than me. The room is now less hot. The lesson is less simple than I thought. Even though there's nothing wrong grammatically, it's better to rewrite these sentences using the alternative antonyms of the adjectives. So, it's better to say, you are shorter than me, the room is now colder, and the lesson is harder than I thought. These sentences don't require the words more or less for good reasons. Additionally, comparative adjectives can have special comparative structures. When describing how something or someone changes, we can use 2 comparatives by combining them with and. The balloon got bigger and bigger. Everything is getting more and more expensive. This method emphasizes that the subject is in a big comparison with more importance. Likewise, when showing how one thing depends on another, we can use the with comparative adjectives. The faster you drive, the more dangerous it is. The higher they climb, the colder it will get. This method is excellent in showing the dependence between comparisons, while also being able to be rewritten. When you drive faster, it is more dangerous. If they climb higher, it will get colder. This is how comparatives fully work in English. Superlative adjectives are words that describe a noun when comparing it to 2 or more nouns to the highest degree. Unlike comparatives, superlatives will have a different modification than generally adding er, will not use the word then, but will use the article the to emphasize the highest degree of quality. To make matters simple, it would be better to reuse the same examples that I showed previously, but this time they will be superlative. For 1-syllable adjectives, we add the letters est to the end of the adjective and then put the before the adjective to show the highest extent. Dad is the oldest in the family. I am the tallest. Similar adjectives that have the consonant-vowel-consonant spelling will double the last consonant, receive est, and have the before the adjective. This building is the biggest. This room is the hottest. Other adjectives that end in e receive st. You are the nicest. Their room is the largest. Adjectives that end in Y will similarly change the Y to I and then add est. He is the happiest. She is the craziest. Adjectives with 3 or more syllables will also not get any modification, so similarly, they will have a different word, which is most. Adding excessive letters to a long word will make it look and sound bad, so we need a separate word, most. This book is the most interesting. This story is the most wonderful. In the case of 2-syllable adjectives, they can receive est or use the word most before. That city is the quietest, or that city is the most quiet. This lesson is the simplest, or this lesson is the most simple. Irregular adjectives likewise have completely irregular changes, like good, bad, and far. Good becomes best, as in this class is the best. Bad becomes worst, as in this weather is the worst, and far is either farthest or furthest, depending on the context. It is the farthest north. He ran to the furthest tree. Just like less, superlatives also have a similar word, which is least. By reducing the extent to the lowest degree, least determines the smallest amount of something, which will completely minimize the superlative. This book is the least interesting. This story is the least wonderful. Because the meanings are lessened, the same thing can be done with other adjectives. You are the least tall. This room is the least hot. This lesson is the least simple. Even though there's nothing wrong grammatically, it's better to rewrite the phrases using antonyms. You are the shortest. This room is the coldest. This lesson is the hardest. Now, most or least are not required. Mainly, this is how superlatives work in English. Negation in English is the concept that changes the meaning of a phrase to show an absence, contradiction, or denial. Negation nullifies words in sentences and shows they're not true by adding a negative. The most common example is the negative adverb not, which is used with the auxiliary verb do to negate the original meaning of a phrase. When saying affirmative sentences, they do not show any negation, and the most basic phrase is as simple as he likes the new update. To negate such a sentence, we must use not because it is the primary word for negation, and it's placed before the word it negates. When negating any sentence, not must also be used with the auxiliary verb do coming before it. In this construction, only do is conjugated, and the main verb also uses the infinitive. Conjugated do plus not plus an infinitive. So the phrase will look like this. He does not like the new update. When compared to the affirmative, do has been conjugated and like changed to an infinitive in the negative phrase. These two sentences have opposite meanings, so the difference is the word not and the auxiliary verb do, which supports the main verb by providing information about the action. Thus, by using not, the meaning is reversed. The affirmative is he likes the new update. The negative is he does not like the new update. Correspondingly, it's not as simple as using do because it can also make questions and emphasize a different verb in a question. Its conjugations are mostly do in the present tense and does in the he, she, it pronoun, which is why it's conjugated. When put with not, the auxiliary verb do can help other verbs in their basic forms that make actions stand alone in every tense. Still, it's important to understand how negation works in every aspect of English. English has many negative words such as not, never, neither, nor, no, nothing, none, no one, and nowhere. These negative words consist of adverbs and pronouns, which all play a significant role in English negation. In general, a negative word comes before the word it negates, even when working in the past. To form the negative of a sentence in the past, we need to use the past form of the auxiliary verb do, which is did, not, plus the infinitive of the verb. In comparison to the affirmative, I can say, he liked the new update. He did not like the new update. In the past tense, the negative uses the past conjugation of do, which is did, not and the infinitive like. He liked the new update. He did not like the new update. When using the right type of negative to modify any word, negative adverbs negate verbs, adjectives, and other adverbs, which are very common with not, both in the present and past. You eat a lot of food. You do not eat a lot of food. You ate a lot of food. You did not eat a lot of food. She sees him. She does not see him. She saw him. She did not see him. The table is clean. The table is not clean. The table was clean. The table was not clean. Remember that the word not always comes before the word it negates. Unlike such words, it's also possible to negate a noun, but in that case, negative determiners are needed, like no or neither. We have no job. We had no job. They have 2 dogs, but neither one sits. They had 2 dogs, but neither one sat. It's also possible to use negative pronouns like nothing, no one, and nowhere, which are already negated and don't need additional negatives. I see nothing. I saw nothing. No one wins. No one won. We are going nowhere. We were going nowhere. Negative pronouns can be difficult because many foreigners often tend to put double negatives in one English sentence. Many languages allow them to do so, so it's very tempting in English. This is a very important concept relating to double negatives, which are not possible in English, and I'll explain it later. The word not can also be tricky because it has special rules with the verb to be. Despite having to put not before the word it negates, it is placed in front of the predicate noun, which acts as a linking verb if it's used with to be. You are the boss. You are not the boss. She is ready to go. She is not ready to go. He was running late. He was not running late. They were walking in the park. They were not walking in the park. In all of these sentences, not is placed after to be because the predicate acts as a linking verb, and thus there aren't any other verbs. Even in the progressive, these are participles that are not counted as verbs, so this explains why not must be placed after to be. If a sentence uses a modal verb, like should, must, or can, we also place not after the modal verb and before the main verb. He should eat more. He should not eat more. She must pass the test. She must not pass the test. We can swim. We cannot swim. With the modal verb can, not directly combines with the verb for spelling purposes. Additionally, it's possible to place not with the action verb to have, which uses the auxiliary verb do just like every other action verb. I had time to see the movie. I did not have time to see the movie. It's also possible to use the determiner no. I had no time to see the movie. The action verb to have should not be confused with the auxiliary verb to have for perfect tenses, and it's a topic for future videos. Another action that can be used is to do. She does her work. She does not do her work. She did her work. She did not do her work. Across all the examples I gave, there's a very, very vital concept that is used a lot in English speaking and writing, and that is contractions with not. When learning English negation, it's possible to find contractions that combine 2 words to make a better sentence flow. In English, the contraction of not is N''T at the end of a verb. This contraction can be done with almost any verb in any tense. To make learning simple, let's reuse some of the examples that I gave previously. You do not eat a lot of food becomes you don't eat a lot of food. You did not eat a lot of food becomes you didn't eat a lot of food. She does not see him. She doesn't see him. She did not see him. She didn't see him. The table is not clean. The table isn't clean. The table was not clean. The table wasn't clean. You are not the boss. You aren't the boss. They were not walking in the park. They weren't walking in the park. It's very common to see this contraction, so it can be used with almost any verb, especially modal verbs and to be. In the present, we can say isn't or aren't, and in the past, there is wasn't or weren't. With the auxiliary verb do plus not is equal to don't, and did plus not becomes didn't. As something practical to remember, I will be showing the rest of the examples in this video using contractions. With negated questions, the subject and the verb are switched. So in this case, do and not come before the subject, and the infinitive comes after. Conjugated do plus not plus the subject plus the infinitive. Didn't they study last night? No, they didn't study last night. Using not with an adjective is much simpler. Typically, when using not with adjectives, we place it after to be. But when an adjective is negated, placing it before a noun doesn't work grammatically. In other words, saying the not smart professor is incorrect. Instead, we say the professor is not smart. Moreover, there are the negative words neither and nor. This pair acts as a negative correlative conjunction that connects two or more parts in a series. Using the pair, we can make our communication more efficient. Instead of saying, this movie wasn't good and that movie wasn't good, we can say, neither this movie nor that movie was good. We also don't need the word not because the pair is already negative, and we can use it to connect nouns, verbs, clauses, adverbs, and adjectives. Interestingly, we can use neither as a determiner, adverb, or pronoun. As a determiner, neither comes before the noun it negates. Neither table is clean. As an adverb, neither affects verbs to show that a negative statement also applies to something else. I don't eat meat, and neither does my friend. As a pronoun, neither can replace nouns that were previously mentioned. I had 2 dogs, but neither sat. Remember that neither is always negative, so it's not used for positive statements. And this is very essential because now we get to the final topic of English negation, which is usually where many English learners have difficulties, and that is double negatives. A very common mistake in English is the use of double negatives. While they work in other languages, using 2 negatives in the same clause in English is not possible. If one negative changes the meaning of a phrase, a second negative would change the meaning back to the original state. It's a negation of a negation, so in English, double negatives create a positive and can reverse the meaning of a phrase. Take a look at this phrase. I don't have no money. This sentence really means I have money, but to show the lack of money, only one negative is needed. If you want to talk about a lack of money, use only one of the negatives. I don't have money, or I have no money. Double negation is especially problematic for negative adverbs like hardly because these words are used incorrectly with negatives, which changes their meaning. Instead of saying, I can't hardly wait for the World Cup, we need to say, I can hardly wait for the World Cup. Signifying no or not, the adverb hardly shows a disagreement in a statement. When using negative pronouns, double negation is simpler to fix because all negative pronouns have positive counterparts, so we can use positive alternatives. Instead of saying, I don't want nothing for my birthday, it's correct to say, I don't want anything for my birthday, or I want nothing for my birthday. In general, English negation is a difficult concept to utilize, so the best way to get it is through repetition and practice. Once you pick up the idea, the rest will be easier to follow. In English, past participles as adjectives modify and describe nouns and pronouns. They are identical to the form of a participle, which typically ends in ed, hence they're derived from verbs. Although each one has a different form, they all behave the same as any other adjective. They're used for perfect and passive tenses, and their action is done to the subject of a phrase, using auxiliary verbs like to be and to have. Also known as participial adjectives, they describe the condition of something, typically using ed, or say that something is related to an action, using ing. Because of how it's formed, a participial adjective can be differentiated from regular adjectives. Participial adjectives describe nouns and pronouns using a verb. Regular adjectives are accompanied by a noun whose role is to describe a trait. This is the difference between a participial and a regular adjective, and in this video, I'll give demonstrations of both because their use can be confusing. I've actually already covered the meaning of past participles in my past verb conjugation videos, so I would recommend rewatching them because I will be using some verbs from those videos. Besides, when past participles are used as adjectives, they are very prevalent in the passive voice. Again, being a future topic, the passive voice is something worthy of mention as it is the foundation of participial adjectives. The passive voice is a grammatical construction where the subject of a sentence receives the action of the verb. This means that the focus is on the object being acted upon rather than the thing acting, so the subject is acted upon instead of doing something. It's also used with the preposition by, and I will exploit it in the video. As I mentioned, they're used for passive tenses because their action is done to the subject of a sentence, and they're very common with to be in all tenses of time. Additionally, their form is necessary for perfect tenses, which use the auxiliary verb to have, and they will be explained in the next videos straight away. Some examples that only use to be are: the tree was chopped. This house is not purchased. The actions were done successfully. This lesson is not finished. The cake was eaten by the children. They are both drunk. Each phrase has a subject, a conjugated verb to be, and a participial adjective that acts upon the subject, along with other English concepts. We can tell all of these are adjectives because they come from verbs, and even though some end in ed, the others have different forms that still act as adjectives. This is why it's important to know the past participle forms of a lot of verbs. Because they are similar to regular adjectives, it's easy to confuse them with other parts of speech. But remember, regular adjectives are accompanied by a noun that describes a trait. So if a word is doing something else in a sentence, it is not a participial adjective. Here's a simple difference. The tree is tall has a regular adjective because it's a trait that is not derived from a verb. The tree was chopped has a verb with ed, so it's a participial adjective. This house is not clean has a regular adjective, but this house is not purchased has a participial adjective. This lesson is good has a regular adjective, but this lesson is not finished has a participial adjective. The difference can be told using the form of the adjective, so if it's a participle that was modified, it's a participial adjective. Otherwise, it's a simple regular adjective. To further tell what makes a participial adjective, we can see that it acts upon the subject instead of the subject acting. So, the word chopped describes the tree, acting like an adjective. Purchased describes the house, like an adjective. Done describes the actions. Finished describes the lesson, and so on. Additionally, it's possible to implement participial adjectives directly with the subject without relying on verbs. The chopped tree, the purchased house, the finished lesson, the eaten cake, the drunk couple. This way, the adjectives are still participial, but they're positioned formally. This process can be done with any adjective. Here are more examples with other English concepts. The gift was given to me. The house was made by him. Everything is said perfectly. The dog was seen in the park. The song was sung by the artist. This sentence is spoken out loud. My phone was taken by the teacher. This book was written a long time ago. These sentences use irregular participial adjectives that act upon the subjects. Moreover, the passive voice is very clear in this level of writing because each subject is acted upon by something else. By him, by the artist, by the teacher, and so on. This is what makes the passive voice, but again, it's a future topic. Given describes the gift, seen describes the dog, spoken describes the sentence, and so on. Just like before, we can use the adjectives formally, but only some can be used for rephrasing, because others are not logical enough. Some examples are the given gift, the spoken sentence, the taken phone, and the written book. Others can also change only if their adjective makes sense. Ultimately, participial adjectives describe the condition of something, and across the examples, they demonstrate exactly that. But they can also say something related to an action using a different form with ing. Up until now, some examples used ed, while others were irregular, but participial adjectives can also be created from present participles. By relying on linking verbs, they can be used as subject complements, which are words that function as adjectives. For instance, in the phrase, "He takes his driving test today," the word driving is the participial adjective that modifies the noun test, so it indicates that the test is meant to be driven. Despite this form using ing, this present participial adjective is simple to recognize because it's placed before nouns. Other examples are, "I had a relaxing day." "He was late for his swimming lesson." "She found her coloring book." "There was an alarming noise." "We watched an exciting movie." "They stayed in the boring class." In these sentences, the adjectives are still participial, so they're positioned formally. The adjective relaxing is the subject complement that describes the day. The sentence means that the day caused me to relax. Swimming is the subject complement that describes the lesson. Coloring is the subject complement that describes the book. Alarming is the subject complement that describes the noise, and so on. At the same time, some adjectives can be rephrased using to be, just like the previous examples. My day was relaxing. The noise was alarming. The movie was exciting. This class was boring. At last, participial adjectives can also function as comparatives and superlatives, but because they use longer words, they're preceded by more, less, most, and least. Some examples are, "This movie is the least exciting." "This lesson is the most detailed." "I am less daring than my sister." "That woman was more convinced than the man." Anyhow, this is how participial adjectives work in English. The present perfect tense in English is a verb tense used for past actions that are continued in the present. It's very commonly recognized by the auxiliary verb to have with corresponding conjugations, but it's a complicated tense because it doesn't translate in many other languages. The present perfect tense shows an action that began in the past but is directly related to the present, indicating that it's continuing with a change over time. Although it's related to the present, it deals with actions that started in the past but happen now. In this tense, the auxiliary verb to have is used, which is accompanied by a main verb. The main verb always takes a participle form, specifically the past participle, which I discussed in the previous video. The past participle is often the same form as the past simple of a verb, unless it is irregular. In the subject-verb agreement, only the auxiliary verb to have will be conjugated to fit the proper subject. The past participle of the main verb remains the same no matter what the subject is. So generally, we use have for all subjects and has for the he, she, it pronoun. Let's use the verb to talk, which will have the regular ed ending for its participle form. To put to talk in the present perfect, we first begin with the subject, provide the auxiliary verb to have that will match the subject, and then use the past participle of to talk. So it will look like this. I have talked. You have talked. He, she, it has talked. We have talked, and they have talked. As a useful concept, let's not forget that English has contractions. We can combine have with every pronoun, but the conjugation has will not work because it interferes with a different concept. I've talked, you've talked, we've talked, and they've talked. This way, the contractions make a better sentence flow, especially in English conversations. This is the pattern for the present perfect. A subject plus have or has that can have a contraction plus a past participle of the main verb. A different verb with an irregular past participle is to eat, and in the present perfect, it will look like this. I have eaten. You have eaten. He, she, it has eaten. We have eaten, and they have eaten. Likewise, you can contract have with the pronouns. Although to eat has an irregular participle, it's still used in the present perfect. Another verb that can be used is the action verb to have, not the auxiliary verb to have. I have had. You have had. He, she, it has had. We have had, and they have had. Likewise, you can contract it. This is the function of the present perfect tense, so principally, it can work with any verb. Still, this tense is often confused with actions that are in the past simple, and it's important to understand how the two tenses differ from one another. The past simple speaks about actions that are specifically tied to the past and finished in the past, like in the phrases, I visited Paris in 2019 and I lost my keys last night. These sentences use verbs from the past simple because they were fully accomplished, and it's proven through keywords like in 2019 and last night. The fact that I visited Paris in 2019 means that the action is fully finished in the past, so it doesn't have any ties to the present. I lost my keys last night indicates that I probably found my keys later and the problem is over now. On the other hand, the present perfect tense speaks about actions that are unspecified and have a present effect. They may have started in the past, but their presence is now. For instance, I have visited Paris signifies that it's unknown when I've visited Paris, so it can mean that I'm in Paris right now. I have lost my keys indicates that the keys are still missing, so the problem affects me now. Alongside, it's possible to tell their difference with time expressions, like yesterday, last week, last month, last year, which are used in the past simple, or never, already, recently, since, today, this week, and this month, which are used in the present. I will utilize some of these throughout the video. This is their difference. We use the past simple for past actions that have no connection to the present, but we use the present perfect for actions that started in the past and are still happening now, or for finished actions that have a connection to the present. Moreover, other English concepts can be used with the present perfect and they must be known. To use the present perfect tense with negation, we add a negative word like not or never after the auxiliary verb but before the past participle. A subject, have or has, plus a negative plus a past participle. An example of that is I have not slept since the exam started. The phrase can also be rewritten. Since the exams started, I have not slept. As a note, it's best to not use subject contractions when using the present perfect with a negative because it will sound too awkward, at least in American English. Saying, I've not slept sounds bad, so saying, I haven't slept is better. This way, the negative contraction sounds better than the subject contraction, so watch out for this concept. When asking a question in the present perfect, the auxiliary verb to have comes first, followed by the subject, and then the past participle of the main verb. This pattern is similar to questions made with the auxiliary verb do. Have or has, plus the subject, plus a past participle. One example is, have you eaten dinner yet? And the response can be, yes, I have eaten dinner, or no, I have not eaten dinner. It's also possible to use contractions. Although we can put adverbs after the main verb, we can also place an adverb between the auxiliary verb and the past participle. A subject plus have or has plus an adverb plus a past participle. They have slowly advanced their career. All of the guests have already arrived. But we have to be careful with adverbs like yet and just because they relate to time, so they're often used together. Yet is often used with a negative or in a question, and it almost always comes at the end of a sentence. He has not finished his work yet. Conversely, the adverb just is always placed between the auxiliary verb and the past participle. I have just started the work. The plane has just landed. The final concept to know with the present perfect is the present perfect continuous or progressive. We can also combine the present perfect with the present continuous to show an ongoing action that started in the past and continues in the present. The special aspect of the present perfect continuous is that it highlights an action that began in the past but is still ongoing in the present, emphasizing the continuation of the action rather than the completed result. This extension focuses on the action itself, not just the outcome, to indicate how long the action has been happening. It can be used to represent the progress of an unfinished action that started in the past until now, and it depicts a finished action that started in the past and just stopped recently. In the subject-verb agreement, the auxiliary verb to have will be used with the past participle of to be, which is been. But instead of using another past participle, a present participle will be used, which is a usual infinitive that has ing. Just like before, the auxiliary verb to have will be the only one conjugated, while to be will use the past participle been, and the main verb will utilize the present participle. A subject plus have or has plus been, past participle of to be, plus a present participle, an infinitive with ing. Some examples with other concepts are: I have not been seeing my doctor this week. You have recently been going out. It has been raining all day. As always, you can also use contractions. This is how the present perfect tense works in English. The past perfect tense in English, also known as the pluperfect, is a verb tense for past actions that happened before something else in the past. The past perfect is recognized by the auxiliary verb to have, but it's another complicated tense that doesn't translate well in other languages. In this tense, the verb to have is accompanied by a main verb which takes the past participle form similar to the present perfect. But in the subject-verb agreement, only the auxiliary verb to have will be conjugated in the past perfect, and the conjugation is had for all subjects. The past participle of the main verb remains the same no matter what the subject is. So the pattern for the past perfect tense is a subject plus had plus a past participle. To make matters simple, I will be using the same verbs for the same pattern that I used in the previous video of the present perfect. This way, it's easier to follow. Let's use the verb to talk in the past perfect. To put the verb in the tense, we begin with the subject, provide had for all subjects, and then use the past participle of to talk. I had talked. You had talked. He, she, it had talked. We had talked, and they had talked. This is how the main verb functions in the past perfect, but no contractions can be made. Still, all changes are exactly the same, so it's not too hard to remember. Plus, it would be meaningless to cover all subjects because all conjugations are the same, so I will only emphasize the pronunciation. A different verb with an irregular past participle is to eat. The structure is a subject and then had eaten. Had eaten. Despite having an irregular participle, the main verb still works in the past perfect. A different verb is to make. The pattern is a subject and then had made. Had made. The participle of to make only changes one letter. A different verb is to speak. The pattern is a subject and then had spoken. Had spoken. This is the function of the past perfect tense, but to understand it, it's important to tell the difference between the past simple and past perfect. When talking about some point in the past and referring to an event that happened earlier, using the past perfect conveys the sequence of events more specifically. The past simple explains an action that happened at a specific time in the past and finished in the past. But the past perfect describes an action that already happened before another past action. Take a look at these sentences. She went to the store. She had gone to the store when he came. The first sentence means that she went to the store at some point in the past, but it's unknown when. The second sentence indicates that she had gone when he arrived, meaning that the action already happened before a different subject initiated a different action. Additionally, it's possible to rewrite it. When he came, she had gone to the store. Another example is I ate dinner. I had eaten dinner before you arrived. Or before you arrived, I had eaten dinner. The difference is when another action happens that would allow for the past perfect. The past simple represents a single past event, but the past perfect shows an action that happened before another action. In other words, the past perfect requires two actions in the past that occur in each other's duration, meaning that a past perfect action happened before a past simple action began. Alongside, it's very practical to understand the time expressions that the past perfect can utilize. Some words are before, by the time, already, until, when, as soon as, since, for, by, and more. These keywords are very practical to know because they show a sequence of events where one action happened before another, using a short or a long time. Either way, these words are very crucial to utilize, and I will be using them in this video. Another function of the past perfect is being used in a part of a sentence that explains the condition, also known as the if clause. This concept is an extremely vital grammar topic that needs a different explanation for a future video, but I will briefly mention it. Most often when writing, we use a verb in the past perfect that happened before other actions. Writing an entire paragraph with every verb in the past perfect is unnecessary because we establish times that allow us to describe an action in an earlier time. This idea brings us to the if clause, which describes a condition, meaning an action will happen if something specific happens. It sets up a hypothetical possibility expressing potential outcomes based on conditions. An example of that is, if I had woken up, I would have had time. In this phrase, we use the past perfect for the fragment and then continue with the conditional perfect, another future topic. Essentially, the past perfect has the function of being part of a sentence that describes a hypothetical condition, so the conditional perfect and if clauses will be extremely useful with the past perfect. Anyhow, it's important to understand when to not use the past perfect. We do not use it when conveying a specific event in the past, like, I had eaten in the morning. This phrase doesn't work because meaningfully something must happen next, implying that the action occurred before something else. The something else doesn't always have to be mentioned, but the context needs to make it clear. In this case, there is no context, so the past perfect doesn't make sense. It would be better to say something like, I had eaten before I went to school. This way, the past perfect has two past actions that occur with each other. This is the role of the past perfect. To use the past perfect with negation, we add a negative word, like not or never, after the auxiliary verb had, but before the past participle. Subject plus had plus a negative plus a past participle. Some examples are, I had not eaten at that restaurant before I came to London. My friends had never gone to France before their trip to Italy. In this case, a negative contraction can be made. When asking a question in the past participle, the auxiliary verb to have comes first, followed by the subject and then the past participle. Had plus the subject plus a past participle. Had the bus left by the time you came? Had they met Peter before last night? The responses can be affirmative and negative, but when negative, they can also be contracted. Here are examples with time expressions. The movie had begun when we arrived. The lesson hadn't started until the teacher came. They had left the house as soon as they woke up. We had worked together before we became friends. She had written her book by the time she was 20 years old. Everyone had arrived at the party by 8 p.m. This is how the past perfect works, and with more practice, here are common regular and irregular verbs in the tense with negation. Finally, the past perfect can also be continuous, and when it is, it shows an ongoing action that started and continued in the past for some time before ending. It highlights an action that began in the past and is still ongoing in the past. emphasizing its continuation and focusing on the action itself to indicate how long the action had been happening in the past. The pattern of this tense uses had been with a present participle, a subject plus had plus been plus a present participle, which is an infinitive with ing. Some examples are, I had been working for 5 years when I got a promotion. We had been sitting for hours by the time we finished the food. You had been driving for 3 hours before the car broke down. Generally, the past perfect continuous is rare in English conversations, and I would advise knowing it but not using it a lot. Once you have a high level of English, then it would be practical, but it's useful to understand its purpose. Nonetheless, this is how the past perfect fully works in English. The future tense in English describes actions or events that will happen at some point in the future. It most often expresses a prediction, a plan, a promise, or a simple statement of fact about something that is yet to happen. Although there are variations, the future simple is an easy tense because it simply talks about an action or event that will begin and end in the future. The future simple will use an auxiliary verb will with a main verb that is kept in the infinitive form. Sometimes will can be replaced by shall, which has the same meaning but is used in different dialects. But in this video, will is the perfect verb. In the subject-verb agreement, the structure of the future simple will have a subject, the auxiliary verb will, for all subjects, and a main verb in the infinitive form. Essentially, this makes the tense have an easy pattern because it's always the same. Subject plus will plus a main verb in the infinitive form. Some very simple phrases are, I will learn a new language. You will read this text. He will work tomorrow. She will watch that movie. It will rain soon. We will have more information next time. They will have fun later. All verbs in the future simple tense are conjugated the same way, regardless of the subject's number or person. Because there are no conjugations, the auxiliary verb will is the only thing needed to convey that the action takes place in the future. This also means that the main verbs do not require any other modification. This is how simple the future simple is, and as a useful note, this tense also has a contraction with every subject, which is extremely useful in English conversations. To make a contraction, we use an apostrophe, take the last 2 letters of will, and put them with every subject. I'll learn a new language. You'll read this text. He'll work tomorrow. She'll watch that movie. It'll rain soon. We'll have more information next time. They'll have fun later. While also using time expressions to further indicate that the actions are in the future, all of these sentences are declarative because they state something that is planned. Just like the function of the tense, they show willingness, expectations, and predictions. To indicate that something will not happen, we add a negative word, like not, in between will and the main verb. A subject plus will plus a negative plus the main verb. Some examples are, I will not finish this work. You will not stop the video. He will not quit his progress. She will not tell us anything. The package will not arrive in time. In this case, we shouldn't use subject contractions with a negative because it will sound too awkward. Instead, English has a different contraction to make the flow of conversation better, and that is won't. Won't is contracted from will not, and it's very practical in conversations. I won't finish this work. You won't stop the video. He won't quit his progress. She won't tell us anything. The package won't arrive in time. When asking a question in the future simple, will comes first, followed by the subject and then the main verb. Will plus the subject plus a main verb. Will I go to the movies? Will you stay at home? Will he wash the dishes? The responses can be affirmative with the subject contractions or negative with negative contractions. Interestingly, the meaning of the future simple can be expressed in a different way that doesn't require the auxiliary verb will. Another common form of this tense uses the phrase be going to. This construction is similar to will because it also shows actions or events that will begin and end in the future. But it's generally informal and conversational. Be going to is more likely to be used when someone emphasizes a decision that they're making in the present, while will is more common for a state of fact about the future. The pattern is also similar. A conjugation of be that will fit the subject, going to, and then the main verb. To make learning simple, let's reuse some of the previous examples. I am going to learn a new language. You are going to read this text. He is going to work tomorrow. She is going to watch that movie. We are going to have more information next time. They are going to have fun later. In this case, subject contractions work perfectly because we're using to be. For a negative sentence, the pattern is a subject plus be plus not plus going to plus a main verb. You are not going to stay at home. This phrase can also have a separate subject contraction and a negative contraction. To make a question, the pattern is be plus a subject plus going to plus the main verb. Is he going to wash the dishes? Moreover, it's possible to combine the future simple with the continuous, thus making the future continuous. This tense expresses that an action or event will be progressing at a specific time in the future, and that it will begin and then be ongoing, indicating that something will be happening over time, rather than a single event. In the subject-verb agreement, the auxiliary verb will be used with the infinitive of be, followed by the main verb in the present participle form. A subject plus will plus be plus a present participle, which is an infinitive with ing. Some examples with vital time expressions are I will be boarding the plane by the time you read this letter. They will be living in a new city after next week. He will be building his home by next July. Likewise, it's possible to rewrite every sentence to emphasize the word order. And as always, contractions can be made. This is how the future simple tense fully works in English. The future perfect tense in English is a verb tense used for actions that will be completed between now and some other point in the future. The purpose of this tense is to indicate that something will be finished by a specific time, emphasizing the completion of an action before another future action. Essentially, this tense highlights that an action will be completed while also using specific time expressions. In the subject-verb agreement, we'll have a subject, the auxiliary verb will, the verb have, and then the main verb in the past participle form. This pattern will remain the same no matter what the subject is. A subject plus will have plus a past participle. To make matters simple, I'll use previous verbs that I had in the previous videos. Let's use the verb to talk in the future perfect. To put the verb in the tense, we begin with the subject, put will have for all subjects, and then use the past participle of to talk. I will have talked. You will have talked. He, she, it will have talked. We will have talked. They will have talked. This is how the main verb functions in the future perfect, and everything is the same, so it's not too hard to remember. Plus, it's meaningless to cover all subjects because everything is the same, so I will only emphasize the pronunciation. Let's not forget that subject contractions can also be made. I'll have talked. You'll have talked. Will have talked, and so on. A different verb with an irregular past participle is to eat. The structure is a subject, will have, and then the past participle, which is eaten. Will have eaten. Will have eaten. It's also possible to use contractions. A different verb is to make. The pattern is a subject, will have, and then the past participle. Will have made. Will have made. Contractions can also be made. A different verb is to speak. The pattern is a subject, will have, and then the past participle. Will have spoken. Will have spoken. As always, contractions can be made. This is the function of the future perfect tense, but it's also significant to understand how it ties in with the future simple. Sometimes we can use the future perfect and future simple interchangeably, so there is no difference in meaning because time expressions make the sequence of events clear. Take a look at these sentences. She will leave before you get there. She will have left before you get there. In this case, there is no difference in meaning because the time expression before signifies the sequence of events and that the action she does will be completed either way, before you get there. But a sentence without a time expression will not have a clear sequence of events, and in that case, we need the future perfect to show what happened first. She will leave at 8 o'clock means that she will wait until 8 o'clock to leave. But she will have left at 8 o'clock means that she will leave before 8 o'clock. That's the function of the future perfect. It's also important to understand when to not use the future perfect. The future perfect is only used for actions that will be completed before a specific point in the future. So the action we're talking about must have a deadline. If we don't have it, we use the future simple instead, such as she will leave and she will have left. The deadline can be very specific, vague, or depend on when something else happens. Still, it has to be sometime in the future. To use the future perfect with negation, we add a negative word like not after will but before have. A subject plus will plus a negative plus have plus a past participle. Some examples are: we will not have eaten breakfast before we get to the airport tomorrow morning. They will not have finished their work before the show. By using the time expression before, we can specify the sequence of events, and therefore we use the future perfect. In this case, subject contractions will be too awkward, so it's better to use the negative contraction won't. We won't have eaten and they won't have finished. When asking a question in the future perfect, the auxiliary verb will comes first, followed by the subject, then have, and then the past participle. Will plus a subject plus have plus a past participle. An example of that is, will you have eaten lunch already when we arrive? The response can be affirmative with a subject contraction or negative with a negative contraction. It's also worth mentioning that the future perfect is used with time expressions that generally act as prepositional phrases. By having time expressions that make the sequence of events clear, like by the time, from now, at, already, when, before, as soon as, and more, we can understand the full meaning of the future perfect tense. Here are some examples with time expressions. By this time next week, she will have left for her trip. 3 days from now, we will have finished our project. At midnight, the party will have ended. When I travel to France, I will have visited 10 countries. Before the party, I will have cleaned the bathroom. As soon as someone buys this chair, I will have sold all the furniture. It's possible to rewrite all of these to emphasize the word order, and contractions can also be made. This is how the future perfect works, and with more practice, here are common regular and irregular verbs in the tense, with negation and questions. Finally, the future perfect can also be continuous, and this tense describes actions that will continue up until a specific point in the future. When we describe an action in the future perfect continuous, we are putting ourselves forward in time and looking back at the duration of the action. The action will have begun sometime in the past, present, or future, but it is expected to be continued in the future. The pattern of this tense uses will have, the past participle of to be, which is been, and a present participle, which is an infinitive with ing. A subject plus will have been plus a present participle. Some examples with time expressions are: in November, I will have been working at the company for 5 years. At 5 o'clock, I will have been waiting a long time. when I turn 40, I will have been playing the piano for 20 years. At last, it's important to understand when to not use the future perfect continuous. This tense is not used with non-action verbs like to be, to seem, and to know, so instead, they take the future perfect tense. Basically, it is incorrect to say, on Thursday, I will have been knowing you for a week. In this case, the future perfect should be used because the verb to know meaningfully cannot be continuous. It's better to say, on Thursday, I will have known you for a week. Another example is, I will have been reading 10 books by Christmas. This phrase is also wrong because the main verb doesn't fit, so it's better to use the future perfect. I will have read 10 books by Christmas. Fundamentally, to tell when to use the future perfect continuous and when not, it all depends on the main verbs. But generally, this tense is extremely rare, not only in English conversations, but also in writing. I would advise knowing it, but not using it at all. It's better to understand its purpose, but using it is really difficult and not that practical, even at the highest level of English. Nonetheless, this is how the future perfect fully works in English. The conditionals in English are sets of sentences that express possibilities, hypothetical situations, and consequences. Because humans have the capacity to hypothesize, we have conditional sentences, also known as if clauses, that refer to hypothetical situations and their projected consequences. In one way, they are a type of a complex sentence having two parts, a condition that begins with the word if and a result. The condition sets up a situation, and the result says what will happen if that situation occurs. In English, there are 4 types of conditionals, and understanding these is very important because they're used exceptionally in English conversations and writing. There is type 0, type 1, type 2, and type 3. Type 0 expresses facts and truths, type 1 shows real possibilities, type 2 represents unreal or improbable situations, and type 3 exhibits past hypothetical possibilities. Each conditional has a unique structure and a general understanding of how it works, and in the video, I'll explain every single one. Conditional type 0 is the easiest because it simply expresses facts, general truths, and possible situations in the present tense, specifically in the present simple. It is not about specific situations in the past or future, it's about what's always true in the present. The pattern for conditional type 0 is very simple. We begin with the word if that shows a condition, continue with a present simple condition, which is a phrasal fragment, followed by a comma, and then a present simple result, which is an ordinary sentence. If plus a fragment in the present simple plus a sentence in the present simple. Here is an example. If you heat ice, it melts. This sentence is simple because the conditional fragment is if you heat ice, and the result is it melts. Conditional type 0 is a general truth, so it's always the case that if you heat ice, it melts. Other examples are, if I mix blue and yellow, I get green. If it is a weekday, he goes to work. If we don't eat, we get hungry. This is how conditional type 0 works, and it's actually not used a lot in English conversations due to its simplicity. As humans, we want to express more information, especially about events that could happen, so we depend on other types of conditions. One thing to note about type 0 is that it cannot be continuous because it expresses facts that are usually stated in the present simple, making the present continuous not suitable for its intended meaning. However, it's possible to use it to give commands that are contingent on a certain circumstance, specifically in the result. Some examples are, if it rains, bring an umbrella. If you leave, take your bag. If you come to the party, don't forget about the food. Interestingly, English commands, also known as the imperative mood, are verbs that make a demand, request, or give advice. They will be explained in the next video, and they're one of the easiest topics in all English grammar. Using them in conditions will not hurt anybody, especially considering that conditions with commands are the most common type. Conditional type 1 expresses real possible situations that can happen at some point in the future. It is not about general truths, it's about what can or will happen in the future. Since the future is not entirely predictable, these sentences act more as possible situations that probably will happen. The pattern for conditional type 1 begins with if, continues with a present simple condition, and then a result in the future simple. If plus a fragment in the present simple plus a sentence in the future simple, consisting of the auxiliary verb will and an infinitive. Here's an example. If it rains, I will stay at home. In the sentence, the conditional fragment is if it rains, and the result is I will stay at home. This is a real possibility because we don't know if it will happen, yet it's very likely. It can rain, and if it does, I will stay at home. Other examples are, if you study hard, you will pass the exam. If I see her, I will say hello. If they don't hurry, they will miss the bus. If I fall asleep, I will miss my favorite show. If my car doesn't start, I will be late. Unlike type 0, conditional type 1 is used way more because it expresses ideas in the future, so this type is heard way more in English conversations. Also, type 1 can be continuous because it can emphasize the ongoing nature of a condition. Instead of using the present simple, we can use the present continuous in the fragment of the if clause, which will be the verb to be with an infinitive with ing. One example is, if you are studying now, you will pass the test. Conditional type 2 represents unreal or improbable situations showing what could happen hypothetically rather than what can happen. Essentially, type 2 talks about events that are unlikely to happen but theoretically possible. And this makes a big difference because we have to introduce a new word that I haven't discussed before, and that is would. This word, would, is actually the past version of will, but it generates new meanings and is arguably the most important word in the English conditionals. Would functions exactly like will in terms of subjects, and it also has a contraction, an apostrophe with the last letter of would. I'd go, you'd go, he'd go, she'd go, it'd go, we'd go, and they'd go. What's special about would is that it expresses the conditional mood, indicating the result of a hypothetical event. Would allows speakers to express past willingness, polite requests, and habitual actions in the past, adding nuance to communication. This way, conditions don't show facts, but convey what could happen. The pattern for conditional type 2 begins with if, continues with a past simple fragment, and then a result in the conditional mood. Now, we're changing the form to something that hypothetically can happen, but is unlikely. We have to make a sentence that consists of would and an infinitive, and together they will act as the conditional result. If plus a fragment in the past simple plus a sentence in the conditional mood, consisting of would and an infinitive. Here's an example. If I won the lottery, I would buy a house. In this sentence, the conditional fragment is if I won the lottery, and the result is I would buy a house. That's an unreal or improbable situation because I probably will not win the lottery, but if I did, I would buy a house. The event can hypothetically happen, but is very unlikely. This is what makes conditional type 2, and in fact, the English subjunctive, another future topic, is entirely based on hypothetical situations. The subjunctive in English is very difficult to understand, even at the highest level, so I will not show it with conditionals because it will be too much. Plus, the subjunctive tends to break grammar, so I will explain it in a future video. Other examples in conditional type 2 are, if I worked hard, I would never quit. If she had a good teacher, she would pass the class. If it snowed in a desert, it would be a miracle. Conditional type 2 is also used a lot because it expresses hypothetical possibilities and as humans, we think a lot about what would happen if something else happened. Conditional type 2 can also be continuous, emphasizing the duration of an action that could take place. Instead of using the past simple, we can use the past continuous, and since we'll have an ongoing action, would will function exactly how will functions in the future continuous. So essentially, it's a continuous conditional mood. An example of that is, if you were studying abroad, you would be having a good time. Ultimately, conditional type 2 doesn't have any past, present, or future perfect tenses. There's a big reason why I'm saying this, because the last type, in the conditionals, will utilize perfect tenses, and it's arguably the hardest to understand. Conditional type 3 exhibits past hypothetical possibilities that are entirely improbable. By far, it's the most complex conditional because it has perfect tenses with completely unreal situations in the past. It's not about what happened, but what could have happened, basically talking about things that are impossible. This is why in my past perfect video, I said that the past perfect will be very useful in the if clause because conditional type 3 requires if, a past perfect fragment, and a result that is in the conditional perfect. Fundamentally, conditional type 3 entirely consists of conditions, both in the fragment and result. Here, we're changing the form to something that could have or would have happened but never actually happened. We have to make a sentence that consists of would, the verb have, and a past participle. Together, it will act as a conditional perfect result. If plus a fragment in the past perfect plus a sentence in the conditional perfect, consisting of would have and a past participle. Let's analyze the example that I gave in my past perfect video. If I had woken up, I would have had time. In the sentence, the conditional fragment is if I had woken up, and the result is I would have had time. This is a completely unreal situation because I did not wake up and I did not have time, which means that the idea is something that never happened. However, if I had woken up in the past, I would have had time in the past. The entire situation is in the past, so conditional type 3 is only used for past events that could have happened but did not. This is why the past perfect in an if clause describes a hypothetical condition, and the conditional perfect, would have, and a past participle describes the result that could have happened but never did. Another example is, if I had known about it, I would have gone to the party. Because the sentence is in conditional type 3, it signifies that the party is over, so it's too late to go. If I had known about it, I would have gone to it, but ultimately, I never did. It was a situation that I could have changed, but I did not, which means that the event is completely impossible to change. Here are more examples. If he had not forgotten his wallet, he would have paid the bill. If she had seen the sign, she would not have parked here. If we had left earlier, we would have caught the bus. Conditional type 3 is also used a lot, but not as much as the previous types. Because it shows a completely impossible situation, it's not something that is discussed typically, but it's still used in daily conversations. Conditional type 3 can also be continuous, and in that case, we can use the past perfect continuous, and the result with would will also be continuous. In this context, would will make the conditional perfect continuous and create a would have been doing construction in the result, describing an unrealized continuous past action. An example of that is, if I had been studying harder, I would have been feeling more confident. The conditional perfect continuous is an extremely rare tense in English conversations and writing. Not only is it hard to understand when to use it, but it's also hard to remember how it's constructed. After learning a lot of English grammar and the previous conditional types, I would recommend slowly approaching conditional type 3 because it's very difficult to comprehend even for native English speakers, let alone the continuous. At the highest level, it's very, very rare, so for beginners, I would not recommend it at all. But if you have a substantial knowledge of English grammar, you can try to understand type 3 using a way that fits you. Aside from the typical conditional types, English also has mixed conditionals and inverted structures. At this point, we're getting into the highest level of English, which focuses more on how English sounds in conversation rather than on paper. On a grammatical level, it would be extremely difficult to understand these concepts, so it's better to listen to spoken English because the variations between them can change a lot. I would highly advise to not focus on grammatical conditionals and not rush them. Instead, listen to how these concepts can change when spoken, but it's still very important to understand them. So, I will not elaborate a lot on these ideas, but it's still significant to see how they work, particularly in speech. Mixed conditionals in English are a blend of type 2 and type 3, and they're used when the time reference in the fragment is not the same as in the result. Native English speakers tend to mix these types to talk about present hypothetical results of past events that may or may not have happened. One example is, if I had worked harder, I would be in a better job. This sentence has a type 3 fragment in the past perfect with a type 2 conditional mood in the result. This mix is often used in speech, so it's something that makes the flow of conversations better. For beginners, I would not recommend focusing on that, but for native speakers, it's something to consider. Still, if you can identify it as a conditional, you're doing very well. But for non-native speakers, you don't need to know whether it's a type 2 or 3, as long as you can tell that it's a conditional. Additionally, English has inverted conditionals with formal structures. An inverted conditional is mainly a type 3 that inverts the subject and the auxiliary verbs in the fragment without using the word if. Had I known, I would have acted differently. In this context, the sentence is not a question, but a formal structure that is used in spoken and written English, and that is as far as I will go. In summary, the English conditionals allow us to talk about all the possibilities that can happen and impossibilities that could happen. When expressing something in any conditional, nothing limits you but your imagination, so you can say whatever you want or wanted in a hypothetical situation. As a side note, many examples that I gave throughout the video had other English concepts that could have been combined, like contractions and writing. I decided to not include them with the conditionals because it would take away the emphasis and could have confused some of you. So, I decided to stick with what I showed, and if you want, you can go back and reevaluate every example using other English concepts. The imperative mood in English is a verb form used to make a demand, a request, or give advice and instructions. Being one of the 3 grammatical moods, the imperative mood is also known as providing commands because they imply a second-person subject you, but they do not include you or any other subject. Essentially, commands in the imperative express a demand or a suggestion, telling the reader what should be or should not be. Verbs in the imperative do not follow regular conjugations, and instead, they take the infinitive form, so the subjects of the sentences are implicitly in the second-person pronoun you. But you is almost never mentioned, and this makes the imperative one of the easiest to use and understand because the verbs simply stay in the infinitive form, showing a command and not changing at all. Some examples are: read this sentence, clean the room, walk the dog, leave now, go back, get out. In the imperative, all phrases are demands, and they refer to the second-person pronoun you, but it's never actually written because it doesn't need to. Also, to emphasize the intensity of each demand, we can use an exclamation point, but sometimes it can seem too dramatic, depending on the context. Additionally, some demands may be rude or abrupt, and in that case, we can soften the tone by using the word please, such as, get back to me as soon as possible, which seems a bit rude, especially in a professional setting. So, we can use the word please. Please get back to me as soon as possible. To make a negative construction, in the imperative, we use the auxiliary verb do and the negative word not by placing them before the verb that gives the command. Do not can be contracted to don't, which is also a perfect form. Let's reuse some of the previous examples. Do not read the sentence. Don't read the sentence. Do not clean the room. Don't clean the room. Do not walk the dog. Don't walk the dog. do not leave now, don't leave now. Moreover, the imperative can also be in the first person plural, which is in the we pronoun. This case suggests that the speaker and the receiver do something together. They're expressed in the imperative with a combination of the word let and the first person plural object pronoun us. Together, let us makes let's, but they have a difference in speech. Let's makes informal suggestions and invitations, but let us has a more formal tone and a specific emphasis. For instance, let's go to the park shows a casual command, but let us begin the meeting has a more literal and deliberate tone, and we can think of it as allow us. Allow us to begin the meeting. To make a negative out of let's or let us, we add the negative not after let's or let us and before the verb. Let's not eat here. Let us not forget about the lesson. Another concept is question tags, which are short questions added to the end of a command to specify the context. The function of question tags is to make a demand sound less forceful and more like a polite request. Some question tags can be will you, won't you, would you, and they're put at the end of commands. Some examples are open the window, will you? Pass me the salt, won't you? Turn the music down, would you? Question tags can also be used with let's and let us, but in that case, they're different from the second person, so they're very, very uncommon. Because let's is more informal, its most typical question tag is shall we, placed at the end of a command. Let's go to the park, shall we? The same thing can be done with let us. But because it is not a contraction, it's more formal, so it's rare with question tags preceding something that is context appropriate, like won't you? Let us come in, won't you? Both let's and let us are perfectly acceptable for the first person plural we, even when there are two or more subjects. At last, it's important to understand the difference between the imperative and indicative. Imperative sentences express demands and requests or give advice and instructions, while indicative sentences express a fact. For most verbs, the imperative form is the same as the second person present indicative, such as run, which is an imperative command that can be indicative without changing form, as in you run. Both in the imperative and indicative, run stays run and doesn't change. But there is an exception with the verb to be, because in the indicative, it's conjugated in the second person, becoming are, and in the imperative, it keeps the infinitive form. Be early is a command in the imperative, but you are early is a factual statement in the indicative. This is how the imperative mood works in English. The subjunctive in English is a grammatical mood that expresses hypothetical situations and outcomes. It's the mood that expresses wishes, hopes, desires, and any other imagined outcome that can be described in writing or speech. It is not a verb tense, but a grammatical mood that discusses hypothetical ideas. Unlike many languages, the English subjunctive doesn't have a specific form. It is composed of sentences that express the mood using the base form of a verb in a finite clause. A finite clause is a phrase that contains a verb expressed in the past or present. In the context of the subjunctive, finite clauses deviate from others because the verb within them will remain in its base form rather than being conjugated. The base form of the verb is the basic infinitive form without the preposition to. This is the form that a verb will take in a subjunctive finite clause. For instance, the teacher suggested that we finish our work. The subject made a past action towards the other subject, making a finite clause in the subjunctive. Another example is, I ask that you listen to me. This phrase is subjunctive because I'm expressing a desire that hypothetically can happen. Just because I ask that you listen to me, it doesn't mean that you will, so the outcome is hypothetical. The subjunctive is one of the three grammatical moods, and it's not the only way that it differs. The indicative expresses facts, the imperative makes commands, but the subjunctive opens possibilities that hypothetically can be. Despite not knowing whether they'll happen, the fact that they can happen in an expression is what makes the subjunctive. All of these are grammatical moods and a mood, in any language, is a grammatical category that classifies the action from the speaker's perspective. This means that a mood modifies the manner between subjects, so the expression of words may or may not happen in the reality of the speaker. When we say, the teacher suggested that we finish our work, if the speaker suggested something, the outcome in the finite clause may or may not happen, so there is no certainty in the expression. I ask that you listen to me means that I ask for something that may or may not happen, so the finite clause is subjunctive. It's not the same as saying, the teacher suggested finishing the work, and I want to listen to you. In this case, both sentences are indicative because they state facts without any outside possibility. If the teacher suggested finishing the work, the action was already finished, so there are no hypothetical options. If I said, I want to listen to you, the action is only expressed by me, so it's indicative with no other possibilities. When compared to the subjunctive, there isn't a visual difference, but grammatically, they are in different moods. This concept is way more noticeable in other languages because they have visual conjugations. English, on the other hand, tends to keep a verbs-based form in the subjunctive, which is why there is no visual difference. In my conditionals video, I mentioned that the subjunctive is based on conditional type 2, and this is where the mood tends to break grammar. Here's what I mean. The following phrase is subjunctive. If I were you, I would go to work. This phrase has an if clause with a past simple condition and a conditional result. But in the if clause, the subject I doesn't have the regular conjugation of to be, which is was. The sentence should be, if I was you, I would go to work. But English changes was to were, and the purpose behind it is to indicate that the situation I'm describing is unreal or improbable, from my perspective. If I were you, I would go to work. In the English subjunctive, was changes to were because it shows hypothetical outcomes and thus violates normal grammar. It indicates a scenario that is unreal and improbable, which is the core function of the subjunctive. Conditional type 2 represents unreal situations showing what could happen hypothetically, and that's the reason why the subjunctive is entirely based on this conditional. This is why it's very hard to understand, because saying, if I were you, opens the possibilities of what could happen if I were you. By far, if I were you is the most common expression in the English subjunctive, and in my opinion, the best way to understand it is to use it in conversations and listen to the expression in context. In the subjunctive, were doesn't just apply to the subject I. It applies to all subjects because the word expresses uncertainty and hypothetical outcomes. If I were you, if you were me, if he were her, if she were him, if we were them, if they were us. In every expression, were shows a hypothetical outcome by connecting it to direct object pronouns, and from there, any possibility can be said. Even when the word doesn't fit grammatically, like I, he, and she, which should use was, were still expresses something hypothetical. Therefore, it's the subjunctive. In contrast, sentences that use was describe outcomes that are possible and likely to happen, as in, if I was here earlier, I would clean the room. This sentence is indicative because there is no other subject to whom something hypothetical can be expressed. Still, it's in conditional type 2, so was is always used in the indicative, expressing something possible that can happen. To show a better difference, it's also possible to write the sentence with the corresponding subjects that fit was, like he and she. Now, in comparison to the subjunctive, there is a visual difference, especially when connected to direct object pronouns. This is what makes the subjunctive, but it's also important to mention that not all subjunctive sentences follow this structure. Nonetheless, English separates the subjunctive into two tenses, the past and present. The past subjunctive refers to the mood that describes outcomes you wish were true. This kind of sentence uses were to establish the hypothetical, which is mainly used with an if clause in conditional type 2, but there are other structures. Some examples are, I wish I were taller. If she were rich, she would buy a house. If we were them, we would have fun. This is the function of the past subjunctive, which uses were in every expression. The present subjunctive is what I showed in the beginning, where a finite clause has a verb in its base form. The present subjunctive utilizes a verb's infinitive to discuss a present or a future hypothetical outcome. One example is, the coach recommended that he stop playing soccer. In the subjunctive sentence, you would think to use stops, hence it's the conjugation that fits the subject he. But we have to use the verb's base form, which is stop. And although it sounds weird, it's the rule for the English subjunctive. This is the function of the present subjunctive. Additionally, the past subjunctive utilizes a verb's base form in a finite clause even if the verb is irregular. It's important to note that when a finite clause involves the verb to be, it almost always uses were, but sometimes it can use the base form of be, which is why it's irregular. For instance, he will join the group on the condition that he be the leader. Because the phrase displays a condition, be stays in its base form. Ultimately, this is how the subjunctive functions, but to fully understand its basis, it's extremely crucial to analyze the difference between was and were. The distinction between the two is by far the most useful way to practically understand how the subjunctive functions in writing and speech. When should we use was and were? In the past simple, to be is conjugated to was for I, he, and she, and were for you, we, and they. This is true if we're talking about possible outcomes that are likely to happen. This means that the conjugations of to be in the past simple are indicative and express facts. Some examples are, I was 8 years old. You were there. He was in school. She was at work. We were young. They were happy. Other examples in a conditional if clause are, if I was wrong, I would admit it. If he was lying, I would know. These if clauses understandably use was in the indicative because they express real conditions. However, the rules change for if clauses that are subjunctive. When using to be in an if clause that expresses an unreal condition, which is conditional type 2, we always use were no matter what the subject is. If I were you, I would buy a new car. If you were me, you would not leave. If he were her, he would stay. If she were him, she would talk. If we were them, we would try something. If they were us, they would do anything. All of the sentences are subjunctive because they express improbable outcomes that are not facts. They are hypothetical possibilities, which is why they use were. This is the distinction between when to use was and were. When using to be with an if clause in real conditions, like events that already happened or are likely to happen, we use the regular conjugations of to be, like was for I, he, and she, and were for you, we, and they. But when using to be with an if clause in improbable conditions, like hypothetical events that have not happened, we always use were, no matter what the subject is. This is the complete function of the English subjunctive, so was and were is the most practical concept to try and understand the mood in writing and speech. In case you need more explanation, I put 2 links in the description that will lead you to useful sites that further explain the subjunctive mood and the difference between was and were. Overall, this is how the subjunctive mood fully operates in English. Active and passive voices in English are 2 grammatical voices that have distinctive purposes in certain types of speech and writing. The active voice is a grammatical structure in which the subject of the sentence performs the action of the verb, making a direct expression such as, the cat ate the food. On the other hand, the passive voice is utilized when the subject receives the action of the verb, resulting in an indirect construction. This voice emphasizes the action itself or the subject of the action, and is also the foundation of participial adjectives. I already made a video about this topic, and I briefly mentioned the passive voice, which is used with participial adjectives and also the preposition by. I would recommend re-watching that video, because in this video, the passive voice will be explained thoroughly, so participial adjectives must be known to understand this voice. An example of that is the food was eaten by the cat, using the participial adjective eaten and the preposition by. In this case, the passive voice puts the focus on the thing being acted upon rather than the subject acting, so the subject is acted upon instead of doing something. While the active voice typically makes writing engaging and more dynamic, the passive voice can be useful for emphasizing the action, and this is the difference between the two. In sentences with an active voice, the subject always comes before the verb and the object, creating a direct and dynamic tone. The cat ate the food signifies that the subject, the cat, is performing the action, ate, on the object of the action, the food. This structure is a common simple sentence. Other examples are: I visited the museum. You cooked a meal. He wore a sweater. She wrote a beautiful song. We built the house. They watched this video. With the active voice, no matter which verb is used, structuring each sentence so that the subject performs the action is what makes this voice. In sentences with a passive voice, the action's object is the focus, so the subject receives the action of the verb. The subject is acted upon by something else, which makes it perform the action. Additionally, every sentence in the passive voice will always have two verbs, a conjugated form of to be, and the main verb's participial adjective. The food was eaten by the cat signifies that the action's object, the food, is positioned first as the grammatical subject of the sentence. So, the food is the subject, but the performer of the action is shown later in the sentence, usually with the preposition by. Once again, there are two verbs in passive voice sentences, a conjugated form of to be, which is was, and the main verb's participial adjective, which is eaten. The food was eaten by the cat. This structure is more indirect because the subject of the clause is the receiver of the action. To make learning simple, let's put the previous examples that I've shown in the passive voice. The museum was visited by me. The meal was cooked by you. The sweater was worn by him. The beautiful song was written by her. The house was built by us. The video was watched by them. Every sentence has a conjugated verb to be, in the past, a participial adjective, and the preposition by, followed by the action's performer. Notice how the receivers of the actions are the focus, which makes them the subjects. Sentences in the passive voice are often longer than sentences in the active voice, because they have to include additional words like the verb to be, participles, and prepositions. Both the active and passive voices play a big role in writing and speech, and when to use them depends on your writing. It's important to be intentional with your selection because the choice between the active and passive voice can impact the tone, emphasis, and clarity of the writing. A lot of native English speakers perceive the active voice as stronger and more engaging because it's more concise for emphasizing who or what is performing the action. It's also the top choice for many writers because it focuses on a subject that is performing an action. So it's something that you can commonly find in many books, digital media, and other literature. Sometimes the passive voice might be necessary because it's more important to focus on the receiver of the action rather than the person or thing performing it. This nuanced approach can be useful when the action's performer is unknown or irrelevant in the context. In many reports, the passive voice is used, emphasizing an action that occurred because the performer is not known. A very good example of that is shots were fired, which is used a lot in criminal studies. This sentence is in the passive voice because it's unknown who performed the action. It could be police forces, criminals, or something or someone else. Overall, this is how the active voice and the passive voice work in English. Connected speech in English is a variation of English speech in which words are connected in a continuous spoken language that is often heard in typical English conversations. It's called connected speech because the words are all connected, having sounds that run from one text to another. This topic is very significant in English speech because it composes almost all English conversations and it's very common to hear. First, it's better to learn this topic on paper, and then diving into the hearing of the English language will make conversations easier to understand. Speaking English naturally, the way I'm speaking now, is very different from speaking English directly. In English, we can reduce words when speaking, contract them, and then connect them. For native speakers, this topic may be simple, but for those who learn to speak English, this lesson will make a lot of sense. In my opinion, both for native and non-native speakers, this subject will present how English truly sounds. So let's get into it. In English, there are 5 types of connected speech. Catenation, also known as linking, intrusion, elision, assimilation, and geminates. The names may be complicated, but don't worry about them for now. Catenation, or linking, happens when at the end of a word, a consonant sound gets attached to the first vowel sound at the beginning of the following word. As a reminder, a vowel is a speech sound made without constricting the vocal tract, like A, E, I, O, U, and a consonant is a speech sound produced by constriction. An example of that is an apple. An apple. This phrase has 2 words, and I'm intentionally pronouncing it as 2 words. An apple. This is the direct pronunciation that many learners would say, but when native speakers say it, it's pronounced as 1 word. An apple. An apple. The N in an connects with the A sound in apple, and in terms of speech, it becomes almost like a single word. An apple. In some cases, the sound of the consonant will change when it's linked. For instance, if I say, that orange, each word is pronounced directly. That orange. But if I say, that orange, the final consonant T would sound like D, because it sounds like 1 word. That orange. That orange. This concept, again in terms of speech, catenates or links the last letter of 1 word to the first letter of a second word, thus making 1 sound. Other examples are trip over and hang out. These are prepositional verbs and they make sense when directly said, but when put in conversation, they will sound like 1 word. If I say, I tripped over, the consonant sound D will sound like T, so the sounds are linked. I tripped over. If I say, let's hang out, I am not splitting the pronunciation, and therefore, hang out sounds like 1 word. Let's hang out. Other examples with more practical context are, he is in the garden. I used to work. He had to stop. She had it in the office. While my speech is extremely direct, it's not really how you would hear the sentences in connected speech. By using catenation, here's the linked pronunciation of each phrase. He's in the garden. I used to work. He had to stop. She had it in the office. As you can hear, the linked pronunciation forces letter to connect to 1 word and make a new sound. This is catenation in English connected speech, and is by far the most common speech that you will hear almost everywhere in English conversations. Intrusion is another concept, and it happens when a supplemental letter is forced between 2 words, thus becoming an intrusive sound. If 1 word ends with a vowel, and the next word begins with a vowel, there should not be a pause between the words. The intrusive sound is often Y, W, or R. Some examples are, he asked, do it, there is. This is the direct pronunciation, but to make it intrusive, we add a supplemental letter in between the words. Again, this happens in connected speech. He asked. He asked. Do it. Do it. There is. There is. Other examples are go over. How are you? I ate. You know it. He is. Will buy it. The intrusive pronunciation would be go over. Go over. How are you? How are you? I ate. I ate. You know it. You know it. He is. He is. We'll buy it. We'll buy it. Elision is the next concept, and it happens when the last sound of a word disappears. When that happens, two words will sound like one word, with a missing letter. By definition, elision is the removal of a sound when speaking, and in English connected speech, it mainly happens with the t and d sounds. Some examples are next door and most common. This is the direct pronunciation, but in connected speech, they will sound like one word with one removed sound. Next door. Next door. Most common. Most common. Elision also happens when a vowel sound in an unstressed syllable disappears. For instance, different and interesting can be pronounced without the central vowels. Different. Different. Interesting. Interesting. Additionally, native English speakers also remove other consonants and can connect two words into one. Some examples are give me, friendly, must be. With removed letters, the pronunciation will be gimme, gimme, friendly, friendly, must be, must be. The next concept is assimilation, and it happens when sounds mix to make a completely new sound. This process makes it easier to pronounce combinations of sounds, which helps with fluency. A very common example of assimilation is the word could with you. Could you help me? To make an assimilated pronunciation, we mix could with you, and it will sound like this. Could you help me? Could you help me? The sound of d in could combines with you to make could you, and this is because it's a type of assimilation called palatalization. This happens when a word ending in a d, z, or z sound is followed by a word beginning with a w sound, so the two sounds assimilate and palatalization occurs. Some examples are would you mind? What did you do? Does your friend cook? Has your plane landed? An assimilated pronunciation will be would you mind? Would you mind? What did you do? What did you do? Does your friend cook? Does your friend cook? Has your plane landed? Has your plane landed? Some of these have informal contractions like ya, which is another topic for English speech. I'll explain it in the next video. The palatalization patterns of d, z, or z also have counterparts. When a word ending in t, s, or t is followed by a word beginning with a w sound, the two sounds assimilate. Some examples are I got you. I bet you I can win. She will meet you. What's your name? It's your lucky day. It hurts you. An assimilated pronunciation will be I gotcha. I gotcha. I betcha I can win. I betcha I can win. She will meet ya. She will meet ya. What's your name? What's your name? It's your lucky day. It's your lucky day. It hurts ya. It hurts ya. The last category of English connected speech is geminates. By definition, geminates are a repetition of a speech sound, and in connected speech, two of the same consonants sound as one. When a first word ends with the same consonant sound that the next word begins with, we put the sounds together and elongate them. In this connection, we'll say only one sound of that letter, and in English conversations, it's the least used connected speech, but it's still very significant. Some examples are single ladies, social life, pet turtle, I want to eat. In this case, the deferring pronunciation will remove the repetitive consonant sounds. Single ladies, single ladies, social life, social life, pet turtle, pet turtle, I want to eat, I want to eat. Notice that in none of these cases the spelling changes, so it is the sounds that change when we say them. Understanding connected speech is very important, especially when you're trying to speak English naturally. Across the examples that I gave, this is how native English speakers talk, so listening to connected speech and being able to analyze it is very vital. On the other hand, memorizing connected speech is not important because native speakers don't need you to use connected speech to understand you. If you speak English carefully and pronounce each sound, you may sound a bit unnatural, but you will be understood. The best way to understand it and utilize it is to listen to it as frequently as possible. You can even record yourself and have conversations with native English speakers, and at that point, talking naturally will come with time. It's very critical to understand that connected speech is about practice, not memorization. The names of the connected speeches that I showed are not needed for memorization, so it's objectively better to listen to connected speech and speak it. Connected speech doesn't come randomly, as it's easier to say the words in that way. In the end, natural speaking will come with time, so this is how connected speech works in English. Informal contractions in English are short forms of words that people use when speaking English casually and conversationally. Because they are informal, they are not used in correct speech and are almost never used in formal writing. These contractions are normally used when native speakers talk fast and casually, especially with people they already know. Many informal contractions are more common in American English, but remember that they are not correct English. It's better to use them in casual situations, and after this lesson, spoken English will be understood a lot better when it's heard. Unlike normal contractions that use apostrophes, like don't, your, his, will, and so on, informal contractions do not always use apostrophes because, again, they're used more in casual conversations. When these contractions are commonly used, spoken sentences may seem artificial because it's possible to find multiple contractions in the same sentence or completely removed words. In this video, I'll show formal sentences and their presentation with informal contractions. English has the informal contraction ain't, which has two meanings. Ain't is always used with a subject, and it's a combination of a conjugated verb to be and the negative not in the present simple, or the auxiliary verb to have and not in the present perfect. For instance, I ain't sure means I am not sure, which is a phrase that can be put with ain't. I ain't sure. Ain't can also apply to all subjects, such as you ain't sure, he ain't sure, she ain't sure, we ain't sure, they ain't sure. This contraction eliminates the need to repeat conjugations of to be and the negative not. This way, it contracts the words into one, ain't. Additionally, ain't can be applied in the present perfect, such as I ain't finished yet. The formal meaning is I have not finished yet, but informally, it's I ain't finished yet, combining the auxiliary verb to have with not. This also applies to all subjects. You ain't finished yet. He ain't finished yet. She ain't finished yet. We ain't finished yet. They ain't finished yet. English also has the informal contraction gimme, consisting of the verb give and the object pronoun me. When said fast, give me can sound like gimme, but this contraction is exclusively used in the imperative mood. Give me the money. Give me a hand. English also has the informal contraction gonna, consisting of the present participle going with ing and the preposition to, and it's by far the most common contraction that you will hear in conversations. It's important to note that gonna must always be used with an infinitive. It would be very awkward to say, I'm gonna the store, or I'm gonna school. This structure is not possible because the following predicates don't connect to a preposition. To make these sentences logical, there must be a preposition that connects them. But since gonna is a contraction made from going to, the preposition to is not shown. So, when having a predicate after, we need to use the formal construction going to. If we want to use gonna instead, it must precede an infinitive, such as, I'm gonna go. You're gonna leave. He's not gonna sing. She's gonna play. We're not gonna stop. They're gonna dance. English also has the informal contraction gotta, which has multiple meanings. This contraction is also very common because it can be in the present simple and present perfect while also preceding infinitives. For one, gotta can combine a conjugated verb got and the indefinite article a when used with an object. Some simple phrases are, I got a dog. You got a cat. He got a phone. She got a phone. We got a house. They got a car. Likewise, it's possible to put all of these phrases in the present perfect, which will change the meaning from indicating something in the past to currently possessing something, focusing more on the state of ownership in the present. For two, gotta can combine a conjugated verb got and the preposition to with infinitives, as in, got to do something. Some simple phrases are, I gotta go. You gotta work. He gotta leave. She gotta stay. We gotta see. They gotta walk. Likewise, it's possible to put all of these in the present perfect. English also has the informal contraction kinda, consisting of kind of. The phrase kind of means rather or to some extent, and it's used informally to express vagueness and acts as a meaningless filler within a phrase. Some examples are, I kinda think he's wrong. You're kinda cool. She's kinda beautiful. We're kinda done. English also has the informal contraction lemme, consisting of the verb let and the object pronoun me. This contraction is exclusively used in the imperative mood. Let me go. Let me see. Let me leave. English also has the informal contraction wanna, which can have two meanings in the present simple. This contraction is the second most used in English conversations. For one, wanna can combine the conjugated verb want and the indefinite article a when used with an object in the present simple. To make learning simple, let's reuse some of the previous examples. I want a dog. You want a cat. We want a house. They want a car. For two, wanna can combine the conjugated verb want and the preposition to with infinitives, as in want to do something. Again, let's reuse the previous examples. I wanna go. You wanna work. We wanna see. They wanna walk. English also has the informal contraction whatcha, consisting of what are you, what have you, or what do you. What's special about whatcha is that it makes an interrogative contraction that can only be used in questions in the present. Whatcha can act like what are you, followed by a present participle ending with ing in the present continuous. What you going to do? What you going to do? Additionally, it can act like what have you, consisting of the auxiliary verb to have followed by an infinitive. What you got for me? What you got for me? At last, it can also act like what do you, having the auxiliary verb do followed by an infinitive. What you want to do? What you want to do? English also has the informal contractions coulda, shoulda, and woulda, which are contractions of could have, should have, and would have, coming from the English conditionals, specifically conditional type 3. Individually, coulda, shoulda, and woulda are separate phrases that show regret or disappointment about past actions or missed opportunities. Essentially, the meaning can be directly expressed within a sentence in conditional type 3, like, if I had a chance. If I had a chance, I could have done something differently. I should have done something differently. I would have done something differently. These contractions are often used together, and it's a casual way of conveying a sense of a missed potential. When saying coulda, shoulda, woulda, it's a way to reflect on a past situation where there could have, should have, or would have been something different. Here are some practical examples. I should have studied for the test. I could have gotten a better grade. I would have been too tired. Finally, English has the easiest informal contraction, and that is ya. It's an informal way of saying you or your, and it's used very frequently. In my previous video, I talked about English connected speech, and I showed a few examples with ya. So, to conclude this lesson, let's reuse them, along with a few new examples. Does your friend cook? Has your plane landed? What's your name? It's your lucky day. It hurts ya. Who saw ya? How are ya? In conclusion, this is how informal contractions work in English, and while there may be more, these are the most common ones that I decided to show. Remember, English informal contractions are used in conversations and English connected speech. They're almost never used in formal writing, so I completely do not advise that you use them in academic papers, exams, books, essays, letters, documents, and more. It's better to use them when speaking in casual situations, like conversations with friends, personal emails, and social media posts. This is how informal contractions work in English. Now that this long video is over, I'd like to take one last minute to explain what I've shown. As someone who's learning languages, I've had my ways of explaining information to myself, which many people don't necessarily use. The whole point of this video was to explain the basis of how to think when learning new languages. Of course, everyone has their ways of learning anything, but in my opinion, everyone has to start with the basis of whatever they learn. My goal was not so much focused on teaching how to speak English directly, but more on how to think when learning English practically. This video had everything you needed to understand the English language, and I decided to go with this format to not waste time and remove all of the unnecessary information that other educators could have included. This video explained every English grammatical concept with additional information. This was simply my way of explaining, educating, and providing information that one would fully need to learn English from top to bottom. If you made it all the way to the end of the video, thank you so much for watching it and educating yourself about the English language. Thank you.